I know. So this game got banned in certain countries because like they were like asking for them to remove it for certain countries, and then Square Enix like declined. They were like, "We're not removing it. Like, get into it." So it's like it's literally banned in some places. Thank you, Sopa. Hi, Haru.
Clive, you're back.
I am. And with glad tidings for once. Hugo Kupka is no more.
Well, I'll be. All of our comrades who lost their lives back at Sid's place be smiling down at you right now.
We had a stolus from Lubor saying Drake's fang had fallen. I expect that was your doing as well, was it?
It's a long story.
One for the history books, I'll bet.
Welcome home, Clive.
It's good to be back. You look better.
I feel it. Which means I'm coming on your next little adventure. You're not leaving me behind again.
Wouldn't dream of it.
Oh.
Otto. Any word on the Royalist movements since I've been away?
Shouldn't you be putting your feet up? If you really want to know, go and have a word with it.
Thank you.
Why is this struggling? My green screen is having a seizure.
Ah, the conquering hero returns. And with hardly a scratch on him.
Girl, you should have seen the fight. Also,
Well, the
Starfire cosplay, Starfire tattoo. Hello.
Physica suggests that you picked up something more important. A scent. The scent of Waludas.
The very same. But whatever plans Kupka was hatching with the Royalists, he took them to his grave. As did his men. Slaughtered by the orcs who'd taken over the Fang. Orcs, Vivian. I've never seen such creatures in Storm before.
Thank you.
The Waludas must have ferried them over from Ash, but why? Why work to rescue Kupka only to invade his home, the mother crystal of an allied nation, and let both fall? It makes no sense.
Do you know the tale of the blind men and the Adamantus? One can often be led astray by focusing too closely on individual details. One must instead see the bigger picture. And what bigger picture is there than my map?
Her monologue. Here she goes.
The kingdom of Walud claims dominion over all of Ash. It is a nation forged by the bloody conquest of Barnabas Tharm, the dominant of Odin. The Canvarian War of Independence in 849. The Battle of the Twin Realms in 865. The Battle of Belinus Tor in 873. Wheresoever his armies fought, Odin was found where the fighting was fiercest. But of late, the warrior king appears to have laid his sword to rest. Battle rages for control of the crystalline dominion. Yet Tharm sends not a single ship in support of his Dhalmekian allies. Meanwhile, the Blight ravages great swathes of Ash. Yet warlike Walud shows not the faintest interest in laying claim to untouched lands. So why go to the trouble of sending an army of orcs into the heart of Drake's Fang, only to make no attempt to claim the Mother Crystal for Walud? It can hardly be for lack of men. Tharm's armies rival any in the Twins. No. We have not seen the last of the Waluda standard. Odin will ride again. It is but a question of when. And on that day, who will be trampled underfoot?
Well, girl, I don't know.
I know not to what end the royalist betrayed Kupka. I know only that it is part of some broader scheme. A scheme tied to the ambitions of one man.
King Barnabas.
But there is no need to wallow in confusion. If one is to cure a sickness, one must first identify the symptoms.
So,
Your Lord
I found out, I got things squared away, because last stream I was a little confused. So, Clive's mom, that hated him because he was a branded, she, after Clive's dad died, that she sent people out to kill him and whatever, we saw it. She went to King Barnabas and had a kid with King Barnabas. And that new kid is taking the throne of the gay guy in the last stream. The gay kiss. He freaked out because someone's taking his throne, and it's the new heir to the throne, which is their offspring. The mom and King Barnabas. So, I thought there was relations to, what's her name? Benedicta, but that storyline's over. Benedicta's dead, Kufka's dead, it's over. It's all over, whatever. So, I was a little confused, but that's like where we're at right now, is that he's becoming the emperor of a country at like 5 years old. And, so yeah. Don't know where that's gonna go, but yeah.
He's really throwing himself into this.
Indeed he is. Which means all that remains for us to do is await his reports. Well, not quite all in your case. The people of the Hideaway must hear the news. Justice has been done. Hugo Kupka is dead. The wounds he left that night are still raw, especially for those who lived with Sid the longest. Tell them that those wounds might finally begin to heal. Consider it the price of today's instruction.
I've never known you to be sentimental.
What can I say? I am only human. And we
I'm
are
only
all of us
human.
sentimental animals at heart.
I suppose we are. Very well. I'll go and spread the word.
We're spreading the goss that we killed somebody. LOL, hey guys, just killed someone. Giggles.
What? Good.
Well, that was fast.
Black woman.
Yeah, I killed someone. So cool. Haha. That boss fight was kind of insane. With Kufka, that was a lot.
Right. Let's see if Otto has anything else for me.
Oh, I'm never drinking.
I'm telling you, it's true. I heard it from Otto's own lips.
You bet.
Not mid.
with something soon.
How do I get over
I
there?
just started reading books that don't have any pictures.
I went up to give some breeze to
Move!
You going after the Stardust then, are you? Which one of these two lucky souls is going with you?
Huh? What does it matter?
Gav, you're with me.
All right then. So, where do we find this Stardust stuff?
There's like tags on all my clothing. It's so annoying. When they like, when insurance took all of our stuff or whatever they did, they like put tags on all of our clothes. When they took inventory. It's like, why? Just make it more
Looks like I found the
inconvenient for
river.
me.
Now, where's Gav?
I am
Sorry
SK.
to keep you, Gav.
We go this way. Oh. Girl.
So this is Stardust. It just looks like black sand to me.
Well. I have to get 5? This is dumb. Where's the last one? You fucking cunt. Where's the last one?
That should be enough for now. Let's see how Gav's getting on.
I really couldn't care about this quest. It's giving filler.
Feels like ages since we had the chance to talk. You know, man to man like.
It does, doesn't it?
Back when you first took Sid's name, we were talking all the time. Working out what to do in that.
There was a lot to work out.
And there still is. Those shoulders of yours starting to feel the strain? Hardly ever see you around the hideaway nowadays. Always on some errand or other.
He misses his boyfriend.
Take a day off, you know.
Says the man who spends most of his time behind enemy lines.
Only 'cause you keep sending me there.
I know I can count on you, Gav.
Likewise. So you keep sending me wherever you need to, and I'll keep going. Safe in the knowledge that I have a home to come back to. Thanks to you.
Now kiss.
Right. That's enough soppy shite for one day.
Soppy
Better get
shite.
this lot back to Blackthorn before he slings his hammer at someone.
You go on ahead. And try to get some rest once you're there.
Oh, I plan to. Believe you me. After Blackthorn gets what he needs, of course.
Right. Ready to go home, boy?
What, the Australian guy? Is Keanu Reeves Australian? I don't even know if that guy has an Australian accent.
Let's hope this is all Blackthorn needs.
Yeah, let's hope, because I don't want to run any more errands. I want to go somewhere. I want to do shit. Shite. This bodysuit is up my coochie. It's got my coochie burning.
Suppose we'd better be getting back to work too.
Yeah, let's do that. I'm Australian. Did you guys know that? I forgot how to swallow for a second. I was really struggling right there. I was really struggling.
Reading books that don't have any pictures.
If I don't come up with something soon.
I can't believe this girl's name is Mid. Like, you could not have, like, that is so wrong. Just from the start, already making her just a boring character just from her name. Oh my god, there's another side quest. Girl. Esme, thank you for the follow.
I think Mid might need some help tidying up that workshop.
Make for, oh my god, there's another side quest. Whee! I was warned it gets a little hoopy after the Titan fight, and I'm starting to feel the effects. Let's keep this short and sweet. The Curse of Act 3. How do I get over there? I did not. I did not. Nor do I think I will. Can I see the local map, please? Huh? Why? I honestly don't care. I'll just walk. It's whatever. I don't even know where you get the side quest, so... Dramatically. What would that look like? Can you describe that? What twerking dramatically would look like? Oh, not this.
Over here! This one.
The way I missed.
Over here!
Stop teleporting! What the heck? It literally is Mike Wazowski. Mike Wazowski, Mike Wazowski.
Farewell.
It's more of a feeling, I can't describe it in words. Okay. I respect it. I'm like twerking dramatically in my brain right now. I'm actually doing that at all times.
Things I do for you, Mid.
Sid! Oh, thank goodness you're safe.
You shouldn't have any trouble now.
Indeed. Well, don't let us keep you. We'll, see that everything is transported safely back to the hideaway.
All right. I'll let Mid know you're on your way.
Twice. Stacy girls, it's going down. Her mom's name is probably, I mean, Sid's mom, Sid Mid. Oh, I didn't even realize Sid Mid, they keep it in the family. They keep the ID. Sid Mid. Grid. Oh, no, that's his grandmother. His grandmother's name is Grid. Grid. Mid is daughter.
Kristen too. You joking?
It's no joke.
What about Lid?
I went up to give some.
She's the lid. That's funny. I was gonna say her name's Joe for Joe Mama, but it's, I don't think.
Editors started reading books that don't have any.
If I don't come up with something soon.
I don't think either. It runs in your family. Cause Joe Mama. Oh! Thank you.
Thanks to Sid, the man who...
Oh my god, I'm gonna have to do a fucking side quest for this guy now. I can't. The way I knew it. The way I knew it. I knew it. Another day. Yeah, it's an interesting design they have going on there.
No. Where's Jill?
Hello?
Keep them pilchards nice and chilled.
Are those Papio nuts?
I'll show you some Papio nuts. Papio D's nuts. Oh!
Fresh cuts. Come and get them before they're gone.
You haven't much, but you're free to look. I hope it's to your liking. Ah, yes. All anyone ever wants.
There's some weird dialogue with him in a side quest. Says something about Torgal sniffing his nuts. Hey. Like the grandfather or Clive?
Sell or be gone. Go on, take it. And if that's what you want.
That's everything. Let's see how Jill's getting on.
Did you find everything?
I did. Here.
Garlic and Papio nuts. Perfect. Now all that remains is for Harpocrates to somehow turn all this into what Mid needs to keep her engine cool.
That's really interesting.
But before we head back, would you walk with me a while?
They're dating. Well, kind of. Well, sort of, kind of.
Thank you for asking me to help you today. It makes a nice change.
It does. It's good to get away from all the battle and bloodshed for once. Just being here reminds me of when we were children. Do you remember? Walking down Market Street in Rosalith, taking in the sights and smells.
How could I forget? What with Torgal's antics. Remember how his nose would prick up at the scent of sausages? He'd go racing away and we'd have to go running after him. We wouldn't catch you now, would we, boy?
Was there anything you wanted to buy for yourself while we're here?
There was, yes. Well, sort of. Molly in the kitchens told me about a place that sells particularly good pies. Thought you might like to share one with me.
I would. Thank you.
And I saw some bread.
How did it just appear there?
Big white cobs like the baker back in Rosalith used to make. What do you think? I thought we might get some soup to dip it in. But then I tried a slice of the butcher's dry-cured ham and it was just... oh.
You all right?
Sorry. It's just... you're right. I really do feel like a child again being here with you.
Not what we would be saying. Like, let's not.
Is it wrong of me to enjoy this?
You guys are on a picnic. You can enjoy it, girl.
No, Jill. This is how life should be. And it's how our lives will be when our work is finally done. When we can live on our own terms.
I hope so. Thank you, Clive.
I think they like each other. Do you guys think they like each other? I don't know.
Well, I suppose we better be getting back. I need to give these ingredients to Harpocrates and Talia. I'll see you at the hideaway.
Take care.
I will. You too.
Hi, kitty face. Hey. I think they like each other. I don't understand. It's like in my nose. Let me out. Yeah, honestly, okay, the more I think about it, anyway, the more I think about it,
I wonder how Harpocrates is getting on with the moon dew.
Like, I know some people have an issue with, like, the gay kiss being so, like, zoomed out, and then, like, this one, like, we're, like, in their relationship, but I feel like that's, like, part of the point is that they want us to be, like, on the edge of our seats, and they want us to feel, like, the tension, and for the gay kiss, they're kind of just, like, that's how they introduce the characters as queer, more than anything.
How's work on the shielding progressing, Harpocrates?
Well,
And they also want a different dynamic. Like, they don't want two tension storylines of them, like, almost kissing.
Explaining to Talia how we might...
One second. Oh, I didn't take my estrogen yet. Sorry, I did a nasal spray. I wasn't doing coke. Don't think I'm crazy. Don't clock me.
Well, I better go and give Mid the good news then.
He cracked the crystal too.
Fuck. The way I shut off my fan like 2 seconds ago and it's already hot.
I went up to
Like
get
I'm
some
sweating.
beans to the chocobo.
Editors started reading books that don't have any pictures in.
The color red hair looks so good on you. Thank you. I like having like... Also, after the fire, it's made me like appreciate everything I have more than I did before.
When I got into the smithing game,
if that makes sense.
I thought I'd be making swords.
So I'm like, yeah, this is like so silly and goofy, whatever, like I can wear it whenever, but like some stuff didn't make it out and I'm like, oh my god, I really cherish that. But now I'm like,
same difference.
I don't know, I'm just like having fun with my drag. Like I'm going through my whole closet like, oh my god, let's have fun. Like let's do our makeup crazy today. Let's have fun. Let's put on a different wig. Let's get like crazy. Let's put on like a 301 lash. Let's get wild. Let's put on a bang piece.
Require some precision walloping.
Okay, I'm gonna get more water and I'm gonna get a coffee and I was gonna get something else, but I don't remember. So give me a second.
Wait, it's supposed to be positive. Not doing it is a negative.
Well.
Now we're gonna make money, honey. Yes! Oh yeah! Tally check. Tally order.
Stunge.
Oh.
Oh shit, I bumped the PS4 thing. Uh-oh. Oh, now it's having issues. Here we go. I lightly caressed the cord and now it's fucking up. Perfect. Ugh. There was a man on our screen? What? There was a male jump scare? Where? Wait for it? Okay, hold on. Ah! Oh, that actually was kind of a jump scare. Hold on. It was behind me. Like, it was real. Don't do that again. Men are jump scares. If you really think about it, in life, men are the jump scares usually. Think about that. Sit on it. Sit on it! Good morning, Marshykins. Now you're gonna sit in your chair and give me compliments all day and do nothing else. It's Compliment Women Day, so do your job as a man. I wish I had like a green belt or something. Or maybe a red belt would be hot. This is my Starfire cosplay and I want to wear it to TwitchCon, but like I don't have like, it's a bodysuit, so if anything slips out, it's over. And I'm not gonna tuck fiercely for the entire convention. Like, you're crazy.
Trouble in Canva. Well...
So what? Mid got us to do all it dirty work and then just sailed off into the sunset?
It, seems that way.
Well, nothing we can do about it now.
Mid just walked off.
Visiting Sid, you might want to tie her to something before you suggest it.
Ah, don't be so hard on her. Gotta admit, the dirty work was kind of fun. Everyone pitching in, all that bollocks. Just like when we built this place.
He's so fucking British. Jesus Christ.
Anyway, we all set to head to the
It's like they did a caricature of British people. They were like, shove it all into this guy.
Wouldn't do to keep Lord Rossfield
Like Robot Chicken parody level.
Now, would it? Not after he asked for me personally.
Gav will be leaving with me. Will you mind the place while we're gone?
You can count on me. Just be sure to give Sid and the others my regards. All right.
Oh, by the way, Jill will be joining us too. She's got some things to take care of, but she'll meet us there.
I hope she's telling the truth at least.
Jill? Why would she lie to you? She's your girlfriend. Are they gonna make it official? I feel like there's gonna be no, like, happy ending to their storyline. It's, like, just gonna be annoying. It's like Irish, British, and Australian mixed into one. Just trying to... Oh, I forgot to shake this up. Shake it up. RuPaul tweeting, I love this new TV show. And it's Shake It Up. Did you see that? I've seen it. That's why they had the Shake It Up lip sync in season 6. It's because RuPaul was watching Shake It Up on the plane ride to Australia to see her husband. I'm being dead serious. This isn't a bit.
Well, Sid, I remember what you told me. That if no one is listening to what you have to say, you may as well not say it.
What a lovely gravestone. It's a rock and a flower. That's gonna be my gravestone. Instead, it's gonna be a Monster can energy drink, French fries, and like poppers at my gravestone. I'm dead serious. That's what happened. The only show RuPaul could watch while she was in Australia was Shake It Up, so she watched it. It's on Twitter. I'm dead serious. I'm gonna find the tweet.
He could have done something for the lost.
You guys never believe me. Why does chat never believe me?
Life has a beginning and an end.
RuPaul, okay, this was in 2012 on Twitter. Right here, right here. Okay, my obsession with Disney sitcom Shake It Up has reached an all-time sickeningly scary level. I may need an intervention. Hashtag TTYLXOX.
Lady Karen, what a pleasant surprise.
I thought I'd drop by and see how you were all doing before heading off to restock my supplies.
I'm doing a funeral right now and I'm talking about RuPaul watching Shake It Up. This gender reveal party is crazy. The blue and pink flowers.
It wasn't the most scenic.
Wow,
view,
guys.
Elaine, but it were never as bad as this.
I know. The Blight March is on. And soon, there'll be no escaping sights like these. So our mission remains unchanged. We cannot stop until every Mother Crystal is gone, and their thirst for ether with them. The only one that remains in Storm is Drake's tail in the Crystalline Dominion.
Our next target.
We're going to Twinside.
What
It's the capital of the Empire these days. I wouldn't like to think how tightly guarded they've got the place. Not that that'll stop you, but we do well to scout it out before you go charging in.
We would indeed.
If you're off to the Dominion, you can take this great lump with you.
Goods.
Oh, I am sorry. Have you forgotten you're the most wanted man in the Twins? I thought you might like to disguise yourselves as the attendants of a travelling trader, assuming you've no better ideas.
Not Karen
You wanted to
Spilling.
buy yourself some tools, didn't you? Well, now's your chance.
You're letting me go with them.
The giggle?
Oh, thanks, Nan.
He said,
Back your Britney Bones, you great galoot.
he literally did the
There's a caravan that runs back and forth between the Dominion and the Bocklad markets. It's managed by the Merchants Guild. Just show them Goots' traders pass and you'll be on your way. It'll be a damn sight less risky than
Okay, it was funny the first time. Enough.
That's for sure.
Stop.
Thank you, Karen. And glad to have you with us, Goots.
Oh, okay then. I'll get me things and I'll meet yous there. See yous down in Bucklad.
Get off! Me poor fingers!
Jill, you're with me.
Understood.
And Gav,
Already on my way, Captain.
be careful.
Aren't I always?
You guys want to hold hands?
Do you see that, Sid? Your protege's making a proper little outlaw of himself.
I thought it was gonna pan to her and she was gonna be like, you see that? We're gonna get them. We're gonna betray them. I was gonna be like, not Karen being the evil. Me when the Karen evil. Whoa! Did not even do that. Wasn't even me, bro. IDK, what's coming next? TTTYBEN. Yeah, and it's not even spelled Karen, it's spelled CHAORON or whatever. I'm like, girl, you really just wanted us to not spell Karen like Karen. That's like when you're trying to be extra in like an RPG and naming your character or something and just misspelling it so it seems unique.
How are you feeling?
Better. Thanks to Taya.
I'm glad to hear it.
And Torgal helped too. Didn't you, boy?
Torgal is so cute. I want to get like a Final Fantasy like sleeve. Is that like obsessed of me? Is that like impulsive? Like I want to get for like all the Final Fantasy games that I love and adore because like they made me cry and like I love them. I want to get Aerith's flower like on my thigh, and then I want to get something from this game, and then I want to get something from X2.
A new road wide enough to let wagons and all official traffic move there.
Leaving this one for those living outside the law.
Indeed.
I just want to be covered in
No doubt
tops.
we'll be the only outlaws on the trail today.
Like I was originally gonna only do like I was only gonna have the Teen Titans on this side, but I'm thinking like, why don't I do Starfire and Nightwing, or Starfire and Raven on this side, or Starfire and Beast Boy, and then the other two on the other side. So like, I don't know what pairing I want to do, like, because I kind of wanted to do like, maybe Nightwing can be on this side, so when I put my arms together, they're together. Or something, you know what I mean? Like, something like that. Or, like, just have them on the same side or something. I don't know. But. And then, like, I was gonna get, like, but I want it to look, like, even. Like, I want it to be, like, okay, Starfire's here, the Teen Titans are here. Because I was only gonna do, like, this side was gonna be color, this side's not gonna be color. But I want it to be even. So, like, I need to get another big tattoo right here. Like, really bad. So, I'm thinking maybe I'll get Beast Boy and Raven, and then Nightwing can go, like, right here. But my problem is that Nightwing, if I do a Nightwing tattoo, it's gonna have his ass out. Like, it's fully gonna be, like, booty cheeks. So I'm like, how am I gonna place that so it's not inappropriate? You can't just get a... Like, they fully shit on themselves with Nightwing. He fully is... booty cheeks defined, like in this comic. So they know. It's a new one. It came out like this week. It's like all of like, it's all of them in like swimsuits. It's like really hot. I love it. It's called GNORTS Swimsuit Edition, issue number 1. And there's actually a Teen Titans page, which I was pleasantly surprised at. It's at the back of the book, which is really cute. But that's where I made that tweet about Donna Troy, because look at this. Look at this shit. Look at this shit. Starfire by herself and Donna Troy and Nightwing are over here flirting and Starfire's by her fucking self. You've got to be joking me. You think Starfire's gonna go to the beach with Nightwing and not get some dick? Why are you snubbing my girl? So fucking annoying. Donna Troy can literally... I'm not about her.
This one.
Getting in my girl's business.
Get him.
Excuse me, my god. Oh, let me get comfortable for a second. There's like a crumb on my chair and it's like digging into me, please. Okay. Oh, this is really comfy. I like this a lot.
So what do you think?
Ooh, what is that? Oh! That was fucking disgusting. Oh my god. That was so disgusting. Like, oh my god. Like, I need a minute. Like, I need to get everything together after that. Oh my god. Oh my god, I need this out of my sight. So, like, I'm offended that that touched my lips. That was the nastiest shit. And that's my go-to coffee. Why was it so bad? Oh my god, that was terrible. It tasted like, I don't even know, you guys. Like, that was atrocious. Okay. Well, anyways.
How nice. They have a hideaway of their own. Get him!
Oh my god, there was this one time, multiple times actually, I'll go to this Dunkin' Donuts, and like, I can tell that they put like, they put something on it and they take it off. Like, I'll order a plain bagel toasted, right? And then I'll open it up to check if it's plain. And sometimes I can see like grease on it. I'm like, did you guys put a slab of cheese on it and then be like, oh, they wanted a plain, let me flick it off? Like, I can taste like the aftermath of something on the bagel sometimes. I'm like, that is disgusting. That is nasty. And then when I went there the other day, that's why. Could you not die right now? I literally have to stay alive in this fight. The reason I had that coffee is because when I went there, they were like, oh yeah, we don't have the pink drink refreshers. And I was like, you don't have anything? You can't make any refreshers? They were like, no. And I was like, what? So they were like, yeah, we can make you a coffee though. So they made that shitty coffee. But I was like, girl, just go in the back and get the required, like, what do you mean? Just go find it. I want my refresher, bitch. The aggressive moaning and screaming Clive does. Like, girl, please. Are you good?
We've done the Republic a service.
Now I want Dunkin'. Even though we're shit-talking it. But I'm like, damn, I could really go for a bagel and hash browns right now. Y'all, I swear, if you don't live in the United States and you're not having Dunkin' Donuts hash browns, you are literally missing out on life. I will say this till the day I die. If you have never had Dunkin' Donuts hash browns, you have not tasted, like, God's most delectable food he put on this earth. Like, it is heaven on earth. It is the best thing. They are the most... Like, that's why I've gained so much weight, is because I would eat Dunkin' Donuts hash browns. And you know what? I don't even care. I don't even care that much. Like, I don't care. I literally don't care.
The fallen ruin should hold at least.
You should have. Yeah, well, mine lives in Australia, and he can't even have access to a Dunkin' Donuts. Goofy. He's like, she'll be right. I won't have Dunkin' Donuts, but she'll be right. I'll smoke my weed, and I'll have Hungry Jacks in the Arvo. Okay, but clock that T. Why did I sound exactly like you, though? I mean... Okay, impressions. When my Snatch game is evacuation_guy on Drag Race. RuPaul would be gagged. RuPaul knows who Marshall is. No, it's true. Well, this is pretty.
So this is a Nemesis.
Did he just say Macca's? This is a Macca's.
It's even more impressive than I imagined. I remember being captivated by the story as a child.
Long, long ago, man was overcome by avarice and challenged the gods in a bid to win their power. The final battle took place here, at these falls. Or so the legend goes. If anyone ever manages to plumb those depths, perhaps we'll learn if there's any truth to the tale.
That the gods emerged victorious and punished man for his defiance by visiting upon him 2 curses.
Dominance and dominance. To tell the truth, I always thought it strange that the dominant and their icons were deemed a curse. Back home, the dominant inherited the throne. They were admired and exalted, not spurned. Whenever I got to that part of the story, I always assumed there must be something I'd misunderstood.
You had a lot of storybooks, didn't you? In your room, I mean. When we were young.
Said I saw your
Legends
books.
were always my favorites. Epic battles between gods and men. Father encouraged me to read as much as I could. He thought it good for my education.
You really were a boy like any other, weren't you?
Just look at this place. It's enough to make you believe the legends are true.
I know.
We're not far from Boklad. The road will be busier up ahead.
I am genuinely so scared for Jill. Like, can she stay home? Like, I don't want her to get hurt. Hey, kitty face. Hey. How do you do the kitty face IRL? Like, I need...
Something wrong?
I want to do that.
Nothing. It's nothing.
It's like thunder and lightning. I do the Sasha Colby strip.
I see the reports are true, Father. You have surrendered the throne to Olivier.
I have. Emperor Olivier shall rebuild the Holy Empire of Sambrec.
So do we fight this kid for the throne? Is that the tea?
How is he to rule an empire? He is but a boy.
I shall advise him until he comes of age.
Father, please.
Or for as long as I am able. The empire we seek to build needs young blood to rule it, and I can think of none better suited to the task. There is other news, Dion. Hugo Kupka is dead, and Drake's Fang destroyed. The pillars of the Republic have fallen.
Thank you.
Ere long, the Imperial banner shall fly over every city in Spain. And then Valisthea. All shall bow before their emperor.
Father, these are the words of a tyrant.
They are the words of a god. The emperor whom I gladly serve. Great Greager, made flesh.
Oh.
Return to your camp, Dion, and ready your forces. It is time to show the world the true power of Sambrec.
I want to kill all three of those people at the throne. They're nasty.
I find you much changed. Is this truly the path you wish to tread?
No, it's her fault. It's her.
Are these the ambitions of another? Of Ultima, perhaps?
What nonsense is this? I speak my mind, and my mind only.
So you better talk your shit. Not this kid.
Though I do owe Annabella thanks for reminding me of certain truths.
See, it is her!
Regarding the
Pot
nature
stir!
of
Shit
ruler
stir!
and of the divine.
You would trust the words of this traitress? She betrayed her country. She slew her husband.
You have ever been an invaluable servant to Sambrec, Prince Dion.
Girl, you just got here. Shut
I
up.
trust you will continue to serve your emperor in the wars to come.
Traitor! Silence! Insolent wretch! You will bend the knee. All else is heresy.
Sire, forgive me.
No, talk your shit.
Dance is over.
Get her. You should have went up and slapped that bitch.
The Rowena Syndicate awaits your pleasure.
Oh, not another meeting with silly old men. They're so boring.
Ugh.
I'm hungry, Father. Can't we have luncheon instead?
That's sick. Like, I can't.
Does it pain you that you will not inherit your father's throne?
Shut up, bitch!
I have suffered worse.
Count your blessings, Dion. For a base-born child to be chosen by Bahamut is miracle enough. You have risen high on his wings, but you shall rise no higher, lest your impure blood stain the throne.
What do you know of my blood?
Oh, I hate that she's such a good villain, but like, oh my god, she makes my blood boil. Like, she is like actually the embodiment of every problematic thing in the world. Like, I'm not even being dramatic. She's racist, she's homophobic, she's like, she's a cheater, she's a lying bitch, backstabbing bitch. Like, she is everything under the sun. She's like, she would abandon her family and her kids. Like, it is wild. She's such a good villain, but oh my god, she makes me want to fight her. Like, in real life. Like, I wanna get into a boxing match, WWE match with this bitch. Like, play your role, girl, but like, oh my god. Death to all of them. How dare you, Miss Annabella. And you too, Mrs. Spears. This is really pretty. Is this the part that we're supposed to see Leviathan, but he just doesn't show up?
Infiltrating the Dominion won't be easy with the Imperials on high alert.
No. His radius...
Leviathan said, let me clock out real quick.
We can be sure Sylvester will do everything in his power to hold on to Twinside. His troops are well trained and increasingly battle hardened. But it's not as if we can wait for the siege to end. More refugees.
And they're all making for the Crystalline Dominion.
The way there's so many storylines though, I'm like, I just like, that's why I keep streaming this game, because I want to know what happens. Like, I want to know the end of the storylines. I'm excited. All the storylines are really well written. Like, I'm really enjoying it.
There are no crystals here.
Which is unfortunate that not a lot of games are well written nowadays, but...
That's right. He said he'd wait for us here after replenishing his
no, we clocked that T.
I dare say he'll have finished by now.
Let me carry your goods. I'm cheap.
Peaches and pears.
Wonders from across the water. Come one, come all. Feast your eyes. Good sir, can I interest you in...
How much for a measly crust of bread?
You won't find any cheaper. Not nowadays. But you're more than welcome to look.
The Empire's unlawful and illegitimate occupation of the Crystalline Dominion is still in effect. Only those whose business in Twinside has been officially approved by the Republican Army will be permitted to cross the border. All who seek entry are to form a line and ready their documents for inspection.
It looks like we aren't the only ones who are eager to leave.
And they're checking everyone.
Can't you make an
Not for the likes of you.
We won't get through without that pass. Let's go in and find Good, shall we? He must be around here somewhere.
Taste my peaches! They're sweet as nectar!
Come taste my peaches. Excuse me? And you know what was that?
You won't find anything of this quality in Twinside.
Yeah, where is Goots? Oh, here he is. Hey, King.
Ah, Good. There you are.
Clive, I'm so sorry. Don't tell Nan, will you?
Slow down, Good. Just tell us what happened.
It's me trader's pass. It's gone. We cannot ride the caravan without it. We won't even be able to get through the flipping checkpoint.
Do you remember when you last saw it?
It was in me pocket a minute ago.
In me
And then a
pocket?
plane bumped into me and... Yeah. You don't think that they might have nicked it, do you?
It wouldn't surprise me. A busy market like this is prime territory for pickpockets.
So, to get the pass back, we need to find this child. Where would we even start?
I know where. I've got a pal in Bocklad who might be able to help us. No one knows more about what goes on round here than she does.
Where do we find her?
She's the owner of the Crimson Caravans, up that way. Sign's got a red chocobo on it.
No time like the present.
You two go on ahead. I'm gonna check the rest of my stuff, make sure no else is missing.
All right. We'll meet you there.
Let's keep an eye out for this red chocobo, then.
And the other on our purses.
Next in check.
Open your purse.
Out of my sight, wretch.
I sneezed and I had an accident. I needed to get a tissue. We're looking for a red chocobo.
Looking to hire a coach? It's 10 million for a two-birder to the Crystalline Dominion. Take it or leave it.
Oh, we're not here for that.
Then I bid you good day.
Oh, wait! Don't go, El. He's me mate.
As I live and breathe. Goots, what are you doing back in Bocklad? I gather Lady Karen didn't send you. So what trouble have you got yourself into this time?
It's me trader's pass. It got stolen. By a little bairn.
Me trader's pass.
You're the size of a marble. Honestly. Ugh.
Goots told us that you know the markets well. Might you have an idea which little bairn could have done this?
We don't intend to punish them. We just need our pass back. Then, we can be on our way.
I see. So neither of you has a trader's pass either. Not that anyone would take you for traders, but I suppose that's why you came to me, correct? Now, I can't say for sure who took your pass, but I suspect I know why they did it. Let me explain. Since the Fist marched on the Dominion, the Republic has been clamping down on any commerce that might aid the Empire more than it does us. Which means traders' passes have gone from being merely a way of easing one's progress to being essential if one wishes to cross the border at all. And with demand outstripping supply, they've become a precious commodity, leading some to seek to acquire them by less than legitimate means.
So the children are stealing passes to sell on the black market?
Yes and no. Passes are inscribed with the names of their owners, and yet none of the victims' names have appeared on the register of those passing through the checkpoint.
Which means?
That someone is doctoring the stolen passes. The same someone who is encouraging the children to steal them. And the same someone who has Goots' pass, no doubt. Whoever they are, they're ruining the livelihoods of honest merchants.
I'm bored.
Which is why we've decided to take a stand. Will you stand with us? You want to get your pass back, and we want to ensure that no more are stolen. Catch whoever's behind it all, and 2 birds shall be slain with a single stone.
Just say 2 birds with 1 stone. You don't need to be
Is there
fancy
any
about it.
other way of getting to the Crystalline Dominion goods?
They won't let you in if you're not with the caravan. It's that, I don't know, try swimming across the strait. But the guards will definitely spot you if you try and do that. Like, we don't want to get spotted, right?
So either we find the people who took the pass, or give up all hope of entering the Dominion.
I need to make that a sound command. The, Marge Simpson. Where's my bitches?
Yeah, but I
Hold
don't
on.
know your name. Eloise at your service.
Clive.
A pleasure doing business with you, Clive.
I'm so sad that coffee was garbage.
By the coach stop is spearheading.
What do I do now?
Wear that, and he will know you for a friend. I suggest that you speak with him first.
The furniture makers. Understood.
When we go puff another energy drink, just to be wacky and wild. I'm so wacky and wild. Oh.
Out of my sight, wretch.
Jug of snake spit for the road?
The caravan stops next to the check. Show them your trade.
Are you the furniture maker?
You won't find anything of this quality in Twinside.
You should come with me to the Dominion. Life will be different.
I don't like hearing the people talk in my ear. Like, I don't... The NPC dialogue feels so unnecessary. Throughout the entire game, I'm like, can you please shh? Shh! Just walking around and then I hear someone loudly say something I don't want to hear in my ear, like... Or I'll put headphones in or something. I can't. This fuck-ass Bob, you stupid bitch.
Let me carry your goods. I'm cheap.
What did he say?
Porter for hire. Best service.
She must have meant the refugee camp.
Let's hope he's still nearby.
That big fat donkey was easy pickings. He wouldn't have noticed if we robbed his boots off him.
That is so rude.
Yeah. Wish we hadn't handed over the pass, though. Could use one of those things to get out of this dump.
Chance would be a fine thing. The moment they found out, they'd string us up by our guts.
You have a deep voice for like a 10-year-old. Like, what?
Perhaps you'd like to introduce us to these.
His voice is the same pitch as Clive's. And Clive is like 37.
You two get caught if you want. I'm off.
Hunter, where are you going?
So that was Hunter, eh? Jill, you watch these two. I'm going after him.
All right.
Hansa.
Can't have gone far. I need to find him before his employers do.
Daddy. I'm hungry.
When they make us fight him. They called him a big fat donkey. That is so rude. Where did you learn your manners, kid?
Cowards. You will not force another child to do your bidding.
Wait, we're not...
Don't hurt him.
You're making a mistake. We're on the same side.
Like hell we are. That brooch. Where did you get it?
Master Theo?
Goots. What are you doing with these people?
He's hot.
Unless you're the ones my sister was talking about.
Your sister?
Out with it. Who's your sister?
Eloise didn't tell us she had a brother.
And why would she? I'm just her back and a blade. Theodore, at your service. Sorry about before.
Theodore, what do you know of the cast stones?
Vultures who have made Boklad their hunting ground. They prey on the desperate, stealing from those with gil and bullying those without it into joining their flock. I'd been looking into their activities in hope of sparing the refugees any further hardship.
Yeah, literally.
But it seems
Well,
already stood
yeah.
even lower
There is no
than
one that's
fear.
really ugly, honestly.
Hansa's a good lad. Don't blame him for what they've made him do.
Except for Benedicta. I hated the fucking yellow nail in the bob. I'm still hung up on it.
Clive, was it?
She got what she
My
deserved.
sisters asked you to help put an end to the pickpocketing.
The way she's long dead and I'm still trashing her. Also, her name was Benedicta. You can't have that name and not take, like, that is a funny, goofy name. That is just goofy.
Oh.
Laney's Cleft is to the south past the camp.
It was like Har something. It was really ugly.
That's that then.
There are no crystals here.
I've also heard people have the conversation that this game is problematic. Alyssa! Thank you so much! That's more than 3 years. Hi baby, how are you doing?
I doubt these were the ringleaders.
But at least we know we're on the right track.
I too was personally offended by the bit of, yeah, I just like, the iPad chat lag is horrendous. I'm so sorry, but I'm so happy to see you. How are you doing? Thank you so much for resubscribing. We are so close to 100 subs for the month. Thank you. Mwah.
We got company.
Oh, this is just ridiculous. How are you doing? Let me, hold on, 1 second. Okay, now I can hear myself think. Be safe, I'm happy for you. I know we have a lot of college kids in the community that are... there's a lot of the new COVID strain outbreak, so please be safe.
Not a bad one today, eh?
Which is unfortunate, but I feel like that's like a hotspot is being in college, and like, unfortunately that's where it's
Especially
at.
the little ones. That Hans has got nimble fingers, all right.
It'll be a shame when they chop them off. But till then, let's make the most of it.
Oh my god, it's no worries. People like you make me happy that keep the sub going. I was saying the other night, so many people canceled their subs when I went to Australia and the house fire happened, and I was like...
We're ready when you are, Theodore.
So you guys don't want me to survive, is that it? So I appreciate you.
Fuck. It's that guard from Falkland. Kill him. Kill them all.
Oh, really? What kind of like, was it like a drag show or was it just like we went to the club? Okay! Okay! That's fierce. Are they like local there or were they just like in the town? Cause like the other night, like a couple weeks ago, Dia, Betty, Naomi Smalls, Mistress, Isabel Brooks were here. We were like, what? What's happening? Like Candy Muse, like they were all here just like at the mall. We were like, oh. Oh wow. Oh. Let me finish this fight. So we actually found out a couple days ago, like I didn't want to share it until like it was confirmed, but we're supposed to get a, we're moving into a place on the 15th. Thankfully, but I don't know for how long, but a lot of people were like not accepting us in our credit for some reason. Like I don't have bad credit, but like I don't know what the issue was. It was something with like insurance and like everything and whatever, so it was just like really annoying. So like we're renting out like a nice place for I hope longer than 6 months, because like I'm not trying to move every couple months. Like I just moved into this place and I'm finally getting settled. Now it's like, all right, in 10 days you gotta move again. So, but we do have a place, me and my sister. So I'm excited to hopefully stay in one spot for a while, because like I'm exhausted with having to move and buy new stuff and whatever. But this place that we got, it's like already furbished, like has like a house, like it's like they have all the furniture, and I'm like, I just bought all this furniture for an empty room. So I'm like, fuck. Yeah, the GoFundMe is still open. I'm gonna post like that we found a place and like, okay, if you want to donate to help us finally move into our new place, you can donate again on the GoFundMe, so it goes directly to the fam. And it goes right to the moving fund, because I'm sure me and my sister will need to buy stuff, so if anybody is looking to help, you can obviously do that. Yeah, and we're gonna have to get stuff for Monty because he's such a princess, so I'm sure he'll want a cat tree, or like he'll want a cat bed, or he'll want something comfy. He's also an iPad baby, so we might have to get him an iPad. Just kidding, I'm kidding. But yeah, so I'm excited to hopefully I hope we get this place for a year. I don't know if we're getting it for 6 months or to a year, but they haven't even started working on fixing our house back home. So I would assume it's gonna be a year, but because like it's such a nice beach house too. Like there's a patio, there's a grill, there's like a big yard, and it's like right on the water, and it's like kind of bougie. It's gonna be terrible in the winter, but it'll be nice for fall, spring, and summer. But at least my stuff will stay put.
And they say crime doesn't pay. Gold chains, ring.
Yeah, we did find a place. It was terrible to get to where we're at. Like it's like what? It's like almost 3 months after the fire happened and we're finally getting a place to live. Like that's terrible. Like insurance, like you're going to hell. Like that is so bad. Like if I didn't have where I'm at now, or my sister didn't have like my mother or like her friends, we would literally be homeless for 3 months. Like what is that? What is that? What is that?
Daddy.
That's that then.
Hurry, man. I must leave for the bloody cruise and caravans.
I haven't. Like this place is like, I went from Australia, then I came home, lived in a hotel for like a week, then I moved here, and now I'm moving again. So I'm like, I need stuff to be settled before TwitchCon, so I can like just be at peace that I have everything somewhere. Like it's gonna be, we're fine.
Ah, Clive. How goes the hunt? My brother isn't getting in your way?
Excuse me.
What is it?
Elle has friends in high places, while I have associates in lower ones.
I like literally don't even, I like this like short little storyline. Oh my god, Denny, 1 year. Thank you so much.
Well, all that remains
What is on my,
wish you a safe onward
I don't know how many subs that is. I think we're really close to 100, so thank you so much for resubscribing, and I love you so much. How are you doing?
We would be delighted.
This bitch, shut up. I like this side story. Like, can we just boot? What is on my butt? Oh, it's the chains from the skirt. I'm like, I feel something cold on my thigh. I have no idea. I think you can tell from. I don't know. I can't even see my screen right now because I have no glasses on, so.
And then it's on to the Dominion.
We were 5, and then Alyssa came in, subscribed, and then you came in and subscribed, so I think 3. I think 3. Excuse me. Are we done here? Can we go? How are you doing, Denny?
Out of my sight, wretch.
Oh my god. Denny, thank you! Thanks for always looking out for me, bestie.
Snake spit for the road.
Our number, I'm not gonna qualify for the Partner Plus program, but at least we made to 100 for the month.
Try not to lose it again.
We did it, Joe. I'm doing okay. Okay, so y'all that are just coming in now, you're not seeing, but earlier I had a coffee, like I had a coffee ready made for the stream, and I tasted it. Ooh, it was the most atrocious thing I've ever had on the stream. Like, I literally felt like I was gonna throw up. I was like, oh, I'm gonna throw up on the stream. Like, this is happening. Like, it's like literally happening. So, I'm kind of upset that it tasted like garbage. But besides that, I'm fine.
You stick at it then.
Oh, my chair is really leaned back. I like still feel it in my stomach. It's gross. Are you sure? Wow, that's crazy. Yeah, I got Partner like a year and a half ago. Hey. Hey guys.
Remember, Goots.
It's still crazy that I got it.
You hired us to protect you.
I think like
mercenaries.
No, I really it was May 2022.
You're to ride all the way to Twinside. Jill and I will go with you as far as the outskirts. Then find
Maybe you haven't addressed it.
I'll buy that stuff I need.
Right.
I think they're starting to be nicer with partner badges though. So I remember they used to be really strict about it, but now they're like, we see your content, we'll give it to you.
Lost, or out goes wrong, we can meet up there.
Right.
Oh, don't ask me to do math.
Let's go.
I dropped out. Yeah, he's cute. His name's Goot. Not you moaning Goot in the bedroom. Imagine moaning that. Yeah, Goot. I like that. Ew. Not too much.
I see. And you're quite certain your father has no knowledge of Ultima?
I am. I have no difficulty believing a sinister force has come to exert an influence.
The gays.
But be that as it
The
may,
gays, dinner, chambers, they're kikiing. Unironically, anybody just tuning in, this character is gay. It was a gay kiss. We won.
Then the fiend works from the shadows.
I confess, when first you told me of this fiend, I had my doubts. And more than a few at that. A beast that labors to plunge Valisthea into turmoil, all in pursuit of your brother. But that wound is proof enough that evil is afoot.
The legs crossed. Oh, they're fruity.
You will join me in my fight.
I cannot. Not yet.
Your Highness, please.
As you are aware, the Dalmekian army is at our gates. They have lost their mother crystal, and with it all hope of a negotiated withdrawal. It is but a matter of time before they invade. If Bahamut is not here to meet them, my people will be slaughtered.
Well.
Though not by Hugo Kupka, thanks to Ultima's machinations.
No, like, they're all twins except for Clive. There's another one. He has gray hair.
If we do not
There's so many
plans,
twins.
they shall face a far darker fate. The chaos he would wreak would sweep all of Valisthea.
The Chaosy. Oh, he said chaos.
Man, woman, and child in the twins are at stake.
Also, there's a Twin Towers thing happening. Like, I'm not even, like, memeing. Like, there's literally two things, and they're towers, and they're called the Twins.
Come what may.
So, what now?
What do you know of my blood?
Oh, they're gonna fight. Oh, they're gonna get nasty. You better drag her ass. You better pull out your reading glasses, mama. I know you watch Drag Race. You twink.
Wholly unworthy of the highest offices of state.
You better
which
gag
likely
her.
Belong to those of purer breeding. Alas. Your bloodline runs through the Oriflamme gutter, from a whore who weighed her child's worth in gil.
Have you threatened my father?
Of course not. I merely whispered in his ear that his mongrel son is plotting a rebellion.
What?
Sylvester listens to the words of his astrologers. And they have ears too.
You have been feeding them your lies.
I hate her.
Should you remain loyal to Emperor Olivier, his radiance may yet crown your head with laurel, and not with tar.
Fork-tongued witch!
In consideration of your long years of service to the Empire, I shall forgive this uncharacteristic rudeness. Now hurry and make ready, Your Imperial Highness. Emperor Olivier expects much of you, Dion. Or should I say, of Bahamut. May your fire reduce his enemies to ash.
Please drag her.
Till all of Valisthea bows to its rightful ruler.
Speak up! Don't let her drag you like that. Say something! How are you gonna be gay and not drag her? Be petty. His boyfriend better walk in and drag her ass. Why was he just sitting there taking that? He should have gagged her.
There is another darkness that has taken hold of Sanbreque. And until its grip is released, the flames of war
Super
shall
shy,
spread ever
super
wider,
shy.
just as Ultima wishes.
Forgive me. My family has caused you much grief.
Yeah, your mom is crazy.
You are not her keeper, Phoenix. This is a matter for the Imperial household now, and as a member of that household, it falls to me to resolve it.
So does nobody know that he's still alive? Like, nobody knows. Nobody will know. Nobody will know.
At such time as that is done, what strength I have shall be yours.
She's just a cunt that likes power. Like, she's just a nasty, racist, homophobic, nasty, bitchy cunt. Which is, like, a great storyline for a villain. But, like, she makes me want to fight her.
Let us take to the skies together, and bring a new dawn to Valisthea.
I should like nothing more.
Is that his boyfriend? Oh, it is.
Terence,
My prince.
tell me true. Do you believe what I'm about to do is wrong?
We dragoons have but one leader, Your Highness. And we shall follow him unto the very end.
Thank you. This is my decree. For
Yeah.
the crimes against the crown, the traitorous Annabella and her usurping son shall be put to death, and the Empire restored.
You don't support women? Wow, nem wow. Yeah, I don't support racist, disgusting, trashy, cheater women. Yo, fuck them! She's giving, I'm trying to think of, like, really good, like, villains across, like... You know what she actually gives me? I don't know about the racist part, but, like, Yzma from Emperor's New Groove, how she was, like, just so hungry. Oh my god, it's like, she had, like, an empire. Like, she was, like, fighting for, like... That's kind of the vibes I'm getting. Actually, a lot. Like, that's, like, literally the storyline. She, like, kicked out what's his name to take the throne. That's literally the tea here. This is Shrek mixed with Emperor's New Groove. Okay, that too. I see that tea. I never watched Game of Thrones, but I know that tea. I know that tea. Just gives me very just like Disney villain, but like if they were like ruthless, like not like well, if Maleficent was like rated M for mature, like she would be like nasty and cursing and swearing. Who's gonna be turned into a llama? Beast Boy. I have to go pee. Alright. Ooh. Has anyone in the chat beaten this game? Or like know like the duration of this game? Cause like I wanna do a fierce, cunty, like Shiva look for the finale episode of this game, but I don't know like when that will be. So like we'll see how far I get tonight, but like I know I'm not gonna beat it tonight. So I'm like, is there gonna be 2 more streams, or like will I be able to do this in 1 more after this? Yeah, I looked at like a video, like I skimmed through the video until I got to the point that I was with the Titan fight, and then I got it. I would say like it was like 60% where I was. Like 2, including this one, like today and 1 more, or like 2 more after this one.
I never guessed that these people stood on the brink of war.
They're afraid. They turn to drink to forget their fears.
Hey, Diva. Hey.
Anything you want to forget?
The harbor is empty, and half the market stalls too. The city may seem peaceful on the surface, but it's balanced on a knife edge.
Thank you.
Were we to give it a nudge, it might be just the distraction we need to reach the Mother Crystal.
I thought you might say that. We should send for Gav. We'll need someone to keep the fires we start from going out.
And we can busy ourselves scheming until he gets here.
I'll send a Stolas then.
Oh, I feel that coffee in my stomach still. That was so disgusting. What's the tea, Torgal?
What is it, boy?
Oh. Oh, not that girl. That's the medicine girl. Medicine yo girl.
What's happening?
I don't know.
Torgal.
Torgal is so king.
This way.
Assassin's Creed. What is happening? Did they start the war? Butterfly in the sky.
I'm sure Goots is fine. He'll be making for the square.
The one with the bell tower. In the middle of town, right?
Girl. Where am I supposed to go? Oh my god, get serious. I could have jumped that, for real.
Watchman or sentry is to be slain on sight. Spare the citizenry. His Highness's orders were clear. The people
Those were Imperial Dragoons.
We got some music happening. Some funky tunes. Maybe not funky, but dramatic tunes.
What in the hell is going on?
Let's go and see.
Right.
Girl, I have no idea. I think they started fighting. This bitch was being nasty, so he started a war in her sleep.
First we find Goots.
There's no way she's gonna die to this random guy. Like, it's gonna be the final fight. Like, we fight her. Like, it has to be.
You there! Identify yourself!
Do we have to?
Oh, have fun. Oh my god, I'm dying. Yes, bitch, it might be. I think it actually is, unironically. I think it is literally a civil war.
Never thought I'd be glad to fall into a sewer.
Is that a crab? What? I do the crab rave dance. The crab's down here. Now, why am I in it? Now, what I do?
None of the empty forces remain. They gather the men. We press out to the castle engine. Yes, Captain. What of the men and women in the market district? The evacuation is complete, Captain. Good. Then all that remains is thrown the pretender.
There it is. The bell tower.
Right. Let's go.
Why are we going to the bell tower? What's the tea? To just see what's happening? Why don't we just walk into the war? You ever think about that?
Ah, a goods lift.
Did you want to wait for Jill? Hello? They didn't want to animate Jill doing that? Just teleports over here. Oh, there's so many. What the fuck? I missed. Gag on it.
Damn it. We'll have to find a way around.
Can we go stop at a Dunkin' Donuts on the way and get a good coffee? I will give it to this game. There's so many different environments, it's crazy. Okay.
This
Like, there hasn't been one part of this game I'm like, okay, this feels like we're doing the same, like, this is the same area. And the enemies are kind of a little bit more different than the last one, so, like, the fights don't feel crazy repetitive. It's good. Some of them do feel a bit repetitive, but for the most part, not really. God of War Ragnarok, that's the only thing I can compare it to. Like, that was just repetitive after repetitive after repetitive. Did that come out this year? Or was that last year? Oh, it was last year because it was nominated for Game of the Year.
The prince's name, none shall pass.
Well. Why are they doing so much damage to me? Holy shit. Oh god, I'm gonna die.
That's better.
Oh. Oh shit.
Come on.
The way Jill screamed. Well, all my health potions are already gone and we just started this chapter, so that's that. What a fun challenge. I'm probably about to go into a mini-boss very soon and I'm gonna have no potions, so what then? Hello? Oh.
Enemies on the ramparts.
That scared me, actually. Like, girl, please. God, this is gonna be a boss fight.
Can you see him anywhere?
Another dragon.
It must be one of the Dragoon's pets.
How fun. I just feel like I needed to do that to get my health potions. It was a tactical death.
This one. Go for it. This one. All yours, Torgal.
Oh my god.
All yours, Torgal. Over here. Go for it.
Oh shit. I don't know why I did that. Ooh, that was right in my face. What the fuck? Oh my god. Stop dodging me. Fuck. Yeah, that's what I said. Some of these fights are like Elden Ring level, and I would say doing pretty well. Because we played Elden Ring in God mode. Like, some of them you have to dodge, like, perfectly. Or you get fucked. Oh, my, like, just right there. Oh my god. Oh my god! Well. Are you serious?
I failed.
Oh my god. What the fuck? This guy is crazy. Fuck me. Of course they put me back this far. Of course they do. I'm fucked. Right? This is totally giving that. See, I know that reference because I played Elden Ring, giggles. And I wouldn't if I didn't have God mode. I'm fine. Here he goes. Oh my Jesus. You mess up there, you're instantly dead. Like, you don't dodge one of those, you're done. Hey. Oh my god. Sorry, I'm really focused. This boss fight's really hard. It is really gorgeous. Girl, imagine the PCs when this comes out on. Like, the PCs are gonna blow up. Oh my god, that was the hardest fight we've done so far. Crazy enough. And that was just a mini boss. Like, girl, the end boss is gonna slay our coochies. Like, we're toast. Damn. Well, I'm gonna use the restroom. All right. I wish I had colored contacts for streaming. Like, I really want to try using colored contacts, but I've never used, like, regular contacts, so I feel like I need to do that first, then I can get into colored contacts. Like, I want to get, like, white eye contacts. Like, spooky. Eerie.
Over here, Clive! Are you alright?
Goods, there you are.
I didn't know there'd be a dragon.
All right.
Neither did I.
Let's get out of here.
Oh!
What now?
Is that Mother Crystal's heart?
What the hell is it doing up there?
When we gag it. Oh, that's Bahamut.
Bahamut.
That's the king, the gay king. That's his transformation. Oh my god, why is he doing that? What the fuck? Why did he do that? He just killed his kingdom?
Your Highness, don't do this.
We must leave. Now, Your Grace. I beg of you.
This is not what he wanted.
Yeah.
Something's happened. Forgive me, Yod, but I must put a stop to this.
Your Grace! Oh! Oh my god. Me just in my hotel room in this town, like, hey guys! Just eating chips. Like, what the fuck is happening?
Well.
So, what do we do now then?
Literally.
Destroy the heart.
We might come back.
As soon as the flames die down, the Imperials and the Dalmex will move in. This may be our only chance.
And Bahamut has gone for now. You should get as far away as you can, Goots.
What? And leave you lot in the lurch? I can't do that. If you're staying, then so am I. I packed everything up before I made a run for it, so if there's out yous need, just ask. But I won't be giving it away for free. Nana'd never forgive us if I did.
Thank you, Goots.
I'd like some items.
What can I do for yous?
What? Minecraft diamond sword!
Is there else you need?
Minecraft sword.
Righto, here you go.
Minecraft diamond armor.
Thank you. Is there else you need? Thank you. Is there else you need? I reckon I did a good job. Finished! I think. Did I do it right? I hope you like it. You don't want me to make yours out else?
Oh my god, why? I haven't leveled up that much. My god. Excuse me. Stop. My fucking god. Well.
Drake's tail is right there, Clive.
Oh, but remember...
And I dare say we'll be seeing him again before the night. No more roads.
We'll have to find our own path.
Do you feel that, Clive?
Ether. Just what we need. Another flood.
It's already turned them.
And there's no reason to hold back.
This one. Over here! Get him!
Oh my god. That did so much damage. Oh my god. Are there any potions? Potions? Nowhere? Okay. It's fine. It's fine. It's the right way? I'm gonna guess this is the right way. What?
Is that Phoenix?
Joshua! What is he doing?
Keeping the Bahamut occupied.
Joshua! Joshua!
Don't get distracted.
Don't, Clive. It's too dangerous.
Literally.
Fuck. Hold on, Joshua. I'm coming!
What? You really?
And we will. We just need to keep moving.
Thank you, Jill, for keeping your man grounded. Like, oh my god, like he's so stupid right now. Like, love him, but like, girl.
Come again. Not now.
Where are we going?
What was that?
He'll kill us all.
Okay.
There he is.
Clive! Oh my... Oh, he's pissing me off. He's pissing me off.
Clive. He can't hear you.
I'm so glad Jill is a realist. I'm so glad she's a realist. She said, bitch! I'm glad she's not some ditzy, like, idiot that's like, it's okay, Clive. Like, she's being like, yeah, he can't fucking hear you, dumbass. Are they really gonna throw a mini boss at me right now? They are. I know, as soon as you left yesterday, we ran into this guy and I was like, Undertaker. Not as soon as Marshall left. I can't even like sit in my lap because the controller keeps Bluetoothing out. Well, I'm getting hungry. I need like a snacky. I want spicy chips, but
How are they still standing?
I don't know.
not that I'm about to throw a fucking boss at us right now. Like, yeah. This game wild.
He'll be all right, Clive. He's a survivor.
We're getting close.
Another day. What is that?
It looks like somebody doesn't want us getting any closer.
I don't care what it wants.
Neither do I.
Necrophobe? Okay, homophobe. Jill screaming. Damn. What does that mean? It just evolved. Oh my god. Oh, that's not. Oh, that's not. Oh shit.
I don't want to know what that is. We have to end this right
Get his wallet.
This one. Over here.
I'm gonna be honest, I couldn't see that thing that entire fight. I was just kind of punching the wall, fighting demons, fighting ghosts. It was so blurry. I couldn't see anything. I'm like, okay.
These beasts, they're getting stronger.
Yeah, a little bit.
We can think about them later. Right now, there's only one thing we need to focus on.
The heart.
He was gonna say Joshua. He's like, actually, no, that's not what I was gonna say. Well, I feel like in this area especially, because like it's supposed to be like blue, but like that was just like really confusing. Like I literally couldn't see.
Able to get up through the building.
It's worth a try.
You want to climb a breaking building? Ooh, you know what I could really go for? I could go for Oreos right now. Ooh! I want Oreos so bad!
There's someone up there.
Huh? When it's the mom.
Is someone there?
I was literally joking.
It's you.
And ooh!
What happened here?
Kill her right now.
He tried to take him from me.
Kill her.
Oh, my boy. My darling. Darling boy.
The way I was literally joking and it's actually his mom, I went,
Is
oh!
the child you made with the Emperor? Why, Mother? Why did you betray us all?
You have no right. Answer him.
Oh!
We took you in, savage. Show some respect for those who raised you.
Oh, shut up, bitch! Yeah, get her, Jill. Get her.
Honorable Elwyn, always thinking of his precious homeland. But what worth is a homeland in a world beset by the Blight?
Father did not seek to protect his country. He sought to protect his people.
A leader's duty is not to protect his people. It is to protect the source of his sovereignty. The noble blood that runs in his family's veins. So long as this bloodline remains unbroken, what does it matter if a nation falls? One can always found another. Unlike him, I did my duty. I preserved my line.
You
I
killed
was
him.
of the noblest blood, to whom the whole world might kneel. That is why I gave Rosaria to Sambrek, that I might join my line with the Lesages and birth a savior of this benighted land, blessed by both Bahamut and the Phoenix.
You sold your country for a child.
Why did he need another? You had Joshua.
I had nothing. You were always your father's son, so very strong and bold and daring, and yet you failed to awaken. Would that Joshua had been granted 1/10 of your strength. Oh! How the nobles laughed that Elwyn's firstborn was surely the son of a concubine, and my own, not long for this world. The shame of it! The shame of being slandered by one's inferiors! How could you ever know how that feels? It should have been you! Why didn't the Phoenix choose you?
Joshua's every waking moment was spent trying to shoulder the burden that you and the Phoenix and the Duchy foisted on him. That's why I became his shield. To help bear the weight. But what did you do? You betrayed your own blood and surrendered your son to his fate!
Talk your shit.
Joshua, my darling boy. I never meant to hurt him. The soldiers' orders were clear. He was to be spared. Why did you survive when the only one I truly cared for died?
What? Have you not looked out of the window? Joshua is here! The Phoenix lives on! He's battling Bahamut as we speak!
She was gagged a bit. The screaming? Oh, hey, Joshua. We were just talking about you. So glad for you to join us.
Wake up!
Oh, he's toast, dude.
I am a shield of Rosaria. And I will do my duty.
What are you...
Oh. Let's lay down, Joshua. Uh-oh. He loves to say fuck. It's his word. I know that, like, we're watching, like, a movie, dude. It's so good. I love it. Oh my god, it's the flower! Oh wow, I have chills. I have goosebumps. I have goosebumps. Oh wow. Oh my god, it's like we're fighting on water. Oh my god, this is gorgeous. Uh-oh. Oh, well. Link, thank you for the follow. Oh! Oh my god, Joshua. Uh-oh. Oh, Bahamut, I don't want him to die, but oh, you really tussled with the wrong one. The damage numbers?
Shit. Can't reach him.
Uh-oh.
Don't do this!
Couldn't we just have stabbed the wife in her sleep? Because I feel like that's what we all want her to do, is die. We didn't have to do all this. Oh, we're gonna be able to play as Joshua?
I'll come back for you.
Oh, I think we are. Yes! Yes! This feels like a Disney ride. Look, Mom, we're at Disney World.
Stop it! Please think of your people!
I feel like I'm doing no damage to him. But we are, in some way. I guess. Why am I getting gagged so fierce? Please stop!
Where are you going?
Well. Oh, we going to the moon? Like, what am I supposed to do here? I guess that's what you do? I don't know.
Those things are already more useful than I've ever seen.
What the fuck? Uh-oh. Oof! I felt that in my back.
Thank the Founder.
What the fuck?
It's now or never, Joshua.
I don't know. Well, because they all hate. They're fighting for no reason in reality, but like they are, but there's no rhyme or reason to it. Like he wants the mother dead, they want their mother dead. But like he's doing not the best way to get things over with. It's just all not great.
We're not done yet.
Oh baby, it is. I have never gotten into drag and streamed for 5 days in a row to play a video game. That's where I'm at. I'm addicted. How deep is your love? Oh, whoa, whoa, whoa. Thank you. Oh, we get behind.
If you're sure.
What the? Is he good? Like, relax. Thank you, baby. Was. Thank you. Oh shit. Same, I made the mix like 30 minutes before. I was like, oh, let me, and then I was like, I'll do Sindel. I literally like did it like 30 minutes before. Oh, let me not break my leg. Hi. The sensitivity on this ray is really a lot. Oh, did you have fun? Oh, I thought you said today. I was like, you went tonight? Oh, wow. I've never been. I know of it, but I've never been there. It was 2 months ago. Oh, you mean yesterday? Watch him not be dead. Oh god! Oh my god! Oh. 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 Not the violence against the gays. Oh. No. You can't do this to me. Yeah, you're fine. Just shake it off. Okay, let's not keep fighting. It's okay. Like, let's just land and untransform. Don't you dare put that crystal in your mouth. Don't you dare touch that. Put that down. Oh, God. Yeah, please stop him. Stop. Stop. Put that down. Oh, I have chills. I have goosebumps. That was beautiful. Oh, the hair on my legs. Stick it up. Oh my god. I know, people probably watching this in 480p are like, what's happening?
Are you ready? Ready!
To the moon! Oh, he has all of his health back. Okay. It's giving we are literally in the sky. Like, we are in space. This is giving Bayonetta.
How can we hope to match such power?
trusting in our own.
But like literally, bitch, we in the sky. We outside. You're my supernova. Oh my god, I can see my house from here, you guys. Guys, I see the submarine. I found it. I got it, you guys. How do you even animate something like this? Like, the coding must be whack. Like, how do you even? This game had to be like $1 trillion. Like, please somebody get the, I need the numbers. How much money did it take to make this game? Like, Jesus Christ. Oh shit. Huge. How's he still got fight in him? I'd be tired after 2 seconds of this. I'd be like, alright, nap time. Like, I'm tired just watching it. Want to let everybody know there's an angry gay bottom twink inside of that dragon doing this. Like, this is what happens when you are homophobic. We come at you like this. We do a giant laser in space. We're like,
Not today. Come on, Joshua.
oh my god. Josh, thank you for the follow. Wow. Holy shit, dude. Oof. That was gorgeous. Like, that was very like astral, like zodiac, like gorgeousness. It was really pretty. But Jesus Christ. Like, actually, can we like do, I'm gonna do a Google search. A Google. How much was it to make Final Fantasy 16? $711 million. Oh. And they only sold 3 million units? Oh! 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 No one says dollars. That is so much money. $700 million and only 3 million sales because there's only been 38 million sales of PS5s. It is a amazing game, but like, whoa, whoa. So yeah. So they can get their money back. No tea, for real. I mean, like, as they should, like, Final Fantasy is the franchise, like... Yeah, can we get him? Like, he's in space. He's falling. He's gonna, like, burst out into a bazillion pieces. He's in space. How is he not dead? Anyway. Final Fantasy is the franchise, so... you kind of have to be like, we're gonna send the budget to the moon. Like, because all of their games have been like iconic. So they couldn't just like let one flop. I mean, some of them do, but you know what I mean.
Joshua!
Okay, he's fine.
Clive! My brother.
Oh, stop. It's gonna make me cry.
I'm sorry.
Stop. I'm literally gonna cry.
I'm so sorry. You're alive. We both are. Nothing else matters.
Oof.
Please.
Please.
I never dared hope that I would see this day.
Nobody hurt. Everybody stay put. Don't.
Reunited at last.
Jill.
Stop, I'm literally gonna cry because Torgal. Oh my god, I'm literally gonna cry. Ew, the fucking braids on that baby taking the tears right out of my eyes.
This is for my father.
What? Whoa! Whoa! Now hold on. Well, first of all, thank God that was an ugly fucking baby. Second of all, whoa! You just got slayed. Slayed. You just got slayed. Wow.
It is done. The demon that would tear our house apart is no more.
No, Dion, please don't die. Please. Please, please. Can we
The Mother Crystal.
pick up his body and revive him, Joshua? Please, 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 please.
No. Wait. I owe him a debt.
Fine.
Clive, why are you robbing him? He... You... Girl, please. The yelling every time.
Report, Captain.
Can nothing be done to call them off?
I regret not, Your Radiance. The Dragoons answer to none but His Imperial Highness. The Council is powerless to intervene.
Madness is this, Theon. Focus all efforts on extinguishing the fires around the capital. The city can wait.
Don't dally, man. Go!
Your Radiance.
Why was he waiting? Like, he told you what to do.
By the light. Dion. Have you taken leave of your senses? Call off the Dragoons at once.
Fear not. The populace will come to no harm at their hands. I am here to save you, Father.
Save me?
The creeping darkness hides in the heart of Senbrek. It stems from your wife, the traitorous Annabella.
Oh?
Not another word, Dion.
Father, though you may not see it, the darkness has taken hold of you. It has made you forget yourself. But I bid you remember, there was a time when you ruled not with cruelty, but with compassion. Why now do you turn your back on your people? Why now do you seek to stoke the fires of war? You too have borne witness to this change, Your Eminences. And you know, as well as I, who is responsible for it.
They said clock her tea. They said get her.
A puppet now sits upon the throne, but cut his strings, and the master loses the power!
What?
Dion, you bear steel before your emperor?
Yeah.
Guards! Take him!
Oh! Oh!
For every citizen who falls, another can be bred. For every home that burns, another can be built. Those were your words. But when the last of your citizens has fallen, and all of their homes have been reduced to ash, what will become of your empire? Of its rulers?
They said, wait, he kind of has a point.
God.
The guards went, hold on, let me listen to this tea, honey.
And the blight sweeps in to claim all that we hold dear. Our people look to their emperor for protection. Yet he labors not to secure their futures, but to seize what is left of the twins for himself. Even if it should come at the cost of everything his loyal citizens have labored to build.
Dion, you must understand.
A small price to pay, is it not? You've been blessed with great power, Dion. Enough to win me the world. So go, claim Valisthea for me, brother.
Oh! 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 The guard said, "Hold." Oh, you and your theatrics, girl. You were probably gonna kill him anyway, like your ex-husband.
Poor father. How he doted on his children. That he would die to protect me was plain. It was but a matter of when.
You planned this?
You did well to endure so long. But you broke in the end, as I knew you would. And now Muthos approaches. Put him to the proof. I would see if he breaks.
I would literally strangle him right there, no tea.
Go, Bahamut. Kinslayer.
I had a feeling he was gonna, like, step in front of the dagger to protect his kid. But, like, that's wild.
It's a long story.
Did the mom is she just sitting there? She's so gagged.
You cannot stay here, Mother. Come. Take my hand.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Get away from me! This is all just a dream, just a bad dream.
Oh, she's lost it.
You will not take me, Shadow. You will not take me!
Oh God. Put that down, put that down, put that down. Oh my God, oh my God! Stop. Listen, I don't like you, but don't do it. We didn't even get to take her life, bitch. She took her own. Oh, she's really a nasty bitch. Wow. Holy shit. I'm gagged. I thought she was gonna be like a gaggy fight. No, bitch. She said, I'm taking myself out.
If it is consciousness that weaves your wills together, consciousness that blurs the boundary between your own will and that of others, then we shall set you apart once more.
Pibby! Oh my God, hi, Pibby.
The ties that bind.
How are you doing? I know, literally. We're playing Final Fantasy XVI, so anybody that doesn't want to have Final Fantasy spoilers, I would suggest leaving now. But thank you for coming in for the raid. I'm Nemesis. I run the network around here. I'm trans. I play a variety of video games. But we're playing this because I have access to a PS5 before I move, so. No, I don't think this is the little kid. I think we'll talk about it in a minute. How was stream, Pib? Fevers, welcome in. How you doing? How's everybody doing? Thank you so much for coming. I'm cosplaying Starfire. Doggo, thank you for the follow. Appreciate it. I mashed Godzilla toys together. Bitch, this game is very Godzilla teased. Like, the boss fights with, like, the summons are very, like, Godzilla movie. Like, wild. Like, we're literally watching a cinematic movie. It's, like, craziness. I feel like I'm watching, like, those movies where Godzilla fights those bitches. I don't know any other bitch in Godzilla. Thanks for the raid. Thanks, Beavers. Sid, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. But yeah, we're playing this. I've literally been in drag the last couple days because I'm obsessed with this right now. And I also have access to a PS5 for like literally 10 more days, and then I move again. I'm like exhausted just thinking about it, but we'll survive, hopefully. Let's continue.
You shall be severed.
We're trying. We're trying to thrive. It's a lot.
By primal Genesis shall a new age of reason begin.
Thanks for 43, Pibby. I haven't been able to make it to your stream, but you know I leave mine open for you and Deer and like 2 other people, and that's it. But I'm probably near the 42 or something for you as well. Thanks, babe.
Relax, Your Majesty.
What the? Huh? Huh? Whoa! Quite the change of pace! What is going on here? Whoa!
Don't you want to play? It's been a long time.
But Benedicta's dead.
Men, you are as meek as all the others.
She also didn't talk like that when she was alive. What is this foot cam? Like, did Quentin Tarantino direct this part? His too! I mean, I'm not complaining on his. Oh! He's dead too.
Gifted the power of icons, yet slaves to fickle emotions which usher you.
Hold up! Hold! Woo!
Fragile wills with strands of consciousness.
The wretched handiwork of a wretched people.
The Sons of Fire were united.
He's fucking the demon?
For but a moment, their flame burned bright.
Not about to suck off the demon.
Soon, Muthos shall become our perfect vessel.
And then shall the world be remade.
Wait, so why are you naked?
Not before the bonds are severed. Of trust, of respect, of love. Only when every strand of consciousness is cut away, may Muthos return to our side.
Is he like fucking the
By
demon?
Primogenesis shall all be undone. Mankind shall be rid of his wretchedness, and Muthos of his will.
Wait, why is he naked?
He has the power to forge bonds anew, and so we bid you. Find Muthos, and sever everyone.
To destroy that which has no physical form. You ask the impossible.
There is nothing the Black Blade can.
It's like horny though. There's lots of sex and fucking.
Unite with Muthos and bring forth a new.
Yeah, can the camera move? I'm trying to see something. Not on this guy.
The vessel remains unclaimed by humanity.
It shall be done, Master. My will is yours.
Who the fuck is this bitch? Okay, she's vibes though. Like, I want to be her with the hair, the long hair. Does he like the? Oh, okay, booty. Okay. Oh.
Mother.
Me when I'm mother. Wait, that's weird. If that's like his actual. That is weird. So I think we can chop up that he's fucking the demon. But why were they naked? Like, are they actually fucking, or was it just like their act of service? Can we get an instant replay? It's getting weird. It's getting okay. So now we have I think we have 2 stories wrapped up for the most part. Like, we had so many like things to question and answer. But okay, so Benedicta and what's his name, Hugo or whatever the fuck his name was, the rock guy. Their romance love story, whatever is over. Like, they're both dead. They're dead boots. But that's a whole other stream you can rewatch. We deciphered that. We already know that tea. Then from there, one of that guy we just saw, the naked guy, I don't know his name, has another person that serves Ultimata that was bossing around Hugo and saved Hugo, Barnabas. That was one of Ultimata's like minion people, I believe, or one of Barnabas's besties or whatever bullshit. But like they're clocking their tea together. That twink that saved Hugo. Then we just had the wrap up of, well, we're kind of a wrap up, but the story of the gays, the mom, and the kingdom of Sarabasque, or Arabasque, or whatever the fuck it was called. I know what it's called, but I can't, like, I don't know the actual, if you know, you get me, you get that tea. So the mom killed herself. Ooh, that gagged me fierce. Slit her throat because she was seeing visions of Ultimata. And what I think, we don't know, and correct me if I'm wrong, because, like, I don't know if I'm digesting the information wrong, but I'm sitting here physically in these cutscenes, like, I'm in the lore, bitch. Like, if I don't get it, I just am stupid as fuck, I guess. But Ultimata either was born into the body of that kid or was taking the body to use his form to communicate, like just using that as like a vessel to like basically gaslight, gatekeep, girl boss. So I don't think that kid was Ultimata. I think it was a vessel for Ultimata. Like, I don't think that, but we don't know that, T. But also Ultimata was making everybody go crazy. Like, the king was thinking wrong, then she started seeing visions and going crazy. Sorta, kinda. So, that's the tea we have now. And then we don't know if Dion, he could be dead. We don't know. We're about to find out. He could be dead. He could not be dead. But then the brothers finally met together. They're together. Mother killed herself in front of them. Okay, I see that. Tingyun, Honkai Star Rail. Speaking of, I am taking donations for Primo Jumps for Don Hong. Anyway, love your cosplay. Thank you, Frank. I appreciate it. So that's where we're at in the lore. I wouldn't ask me for like a rundown. Like, I would just sit and watch the streams and digest what you can, because this is like Game of Thrones, fucking Marvel Avengers Endgame, deep fucking rooted lore that you need to read page to page every little bit. So it's not like, hi, we're here today, and then like you need to sit down. Like, it's wild. But it's good, but it's just like wild. Like, it's so good. Like, I feel like I'm watching like a fleshed out TV show that's like top seller. Like, this is the budget. Like, the storylines and the characters I'm so attached to, like it's a TV show. Like, it's budget. It's really good. I'm just like really obsessed and like I'm really enjoying my time. So are we coming back here with Joshua? Like, what's his tea? Thank you, Pippi. Thank you for the raid. Mwah. Hi, Diamond Dave. Ooh, okay, that was a lot of tea to digest. That was a lot. That chapter was wild. That was a wild chapter. I'm glad we skipped all the stupid, boring, nobody cares side quests. That saved me a heartache.
How is your brother?
Asleep since I returned from the Dominion. Taya says he should be back on his feet soon enough. For a while, at least. She discovered something on his chest. A swelling, circled in stone.
I forgot about that. Oh my god.
The curse.
No, it's not the curse, girl. It's Ultimata in his tummy.
For every mountain we climb, another rises up to greet us, doesn't it?
There is so much.
It's never ending. Even the sky seems to have grown tired of it all.
It's Ulta Booby Tea Mama. Oh, what a lovely name to a chapter. Wait, I thought Bahamut was Ulta. I guess that's Leviathan, huh? But we don't see Leviathan. That sucks. How am I supposed to be a Pisces princess? Oh. The one wing. Okay, Sephiroth. What was that game we saw? There was a game that had like a one wing character. It was like, okay, you, oh, it was Hellscape, but I do like that game. But I was like, okay, Sephiroth inspo. Yeah, I don't like this one. I like this ultimate move. Where is it? The one I just bought. This one does a lot of damage. I don't like this one a lot. I like using it because like, rest in peace Sid, but like, it's not great. Mocha Pandas, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in. I like So True. Love trans girlies. I don't like the Garuda. Do not like. I hate this moveset a lot. Maybe this would be cute, this ult move. It was cute for that one fight, but it's just not. I really like the fire. The fire is really... I need to get this ult move. How was the stream, Mocha Pandas? Thank you so much for the raid. What is this ult move? Let's see. Oh, it's the giant ray. Oh my god, does it end? That is a... Not Hadoken. What is the Dragon Ball one? Not Destructo Disc. Kamehameha. That's a Kamehameha, honey. Oh, which Smash Bros. Did you play? The most recent one, or did you play a retro one? I want to save up for an ult. I don't want any of these.
While he rests, I might as well see what Otto has to say.
Oh yeah, I have no idea who Otto is because I always skip his dialogue. Like I literally DJAF. Like, you're a side character, honey. Stay in your lane. What is that? Can you not get more health potions? Like, am I stuck at 4 for the entire playthrough? Oh, damn. Well, it's not too much of a loss. I also don't have a chocobo, but whatever.
Did you see the pair that got pulled into time?
I like this daytime, like it's like pink. I know, that's why I said it. I just don't, maybe I'll do it like off camera. But like, I'm here for the lore, honey. I can't.
There's talk of these skies.
And I'm like trying, I really want to do a...
Even safe here.
Well, it's our job to calm things down.
Please, can you all shut up? Why are you all talking in my ear?
Otto, how fares the realm?
The realm? As long as you look past the facts.
And Gav?
He's with your uncle and they're setting an owl their way the moment the winds took.
Do you have any good?
Well, that depends on your definition of good.
All right, fine. What do you suggest we do?
Oh, no, I'm just a messenger. Could be that Lady Vivian and Old Tomes have their own thoughts on the current state. Could be that they don't.
I suppose not.
Oh! There's a weird feeling in my side. I just realized what's gonna happen because this thing killed herself. Doesn't she have an entire army to take care of? Well... Oh, Vivian's gonna monologue. Here we go.
How is it that everyone... Not that you... My...
Here she goes. Every time it gets me.
Beneath these darkened skies, fear and confusion reign over Valisthea. Oh, the lands around the fallen mother crystals had already begun to wilt for want of ether. But not like this. Crystals that filled wells and fueled furnaces. Now nothing but pretty shards of rock. And those that hang from the people's necks cast nary a glimmer of light to keep the dark at bay. It is only a matter of time before the common folk convince themselves that the end of days is upon us. Yet I fear a swift end is more than we can hope for. While most of the world thirsts for ether, the remainder drowns in it, spawning a Cashapp in droves. And amidst the hordes of mindless beasts, with magics as like to fail as function, even the strongest nation would falter. Rosaria and the Iron Kingdom teeter on the brink of collapse, while the tragedy in Twinside has all but paralyzed the Holy Empire.
Oh.
Dalmekia fares little better. Rumor has it the ministers fled the capital after the fall of Drake's Fang, leaving their beloved republic to crumble. Waloed, meanwhile, moves in earnest. The Einherjar has been sighted off Storm. The world, in short, is in chaos.
Well, yeah.
It would seem our civilization was nothing but a castle of sand, to be washed away at the whim of the waves.
Not me being like, oh my god, this is so pretty outside, and it's literally like, the world is ending. Oh wow.
A castle of sand.
Not my best flourish, but it seemed fitting. The reports I've received are considerably more blunt in their appraisal. Without the protection of their nations, it will fall to the people to defend themselves against those who would take what is theirs.
Which is only ever going to end one way.
Defending a farmhouse against a band of chocobo thieves is one thing, but pitchforks and palisades will do little to stall an army's advance. Should the King of Waloed deign to invade, there would be none to stop him.
None but us.
Well, are we gonna get his tea?
Will we ever see the sun again?
Oh, the sun isn't out? Why not? What happened? Sorry guys, I went to space and...
Let me guess.
Is there anything you don't know, Lord?
It doesn't take a quarter strop. That, I believe, is... And on the 6th day, did the god... But I dare say you remember...
You think they're connected?
Well, he has certainly exhibited powers that we mortals would associate.
There is nothing divine.
But he wouldn't be the... Yet for all the fairy tale, had I the Journal of Moss the Chronic, you will forgive me.
Certainly not. Even without this journal, you provided us ample wisdom. Perhaps Otto will be more inclined to share his thoughts when he hears what the others had to say.
Oh, you know what I should do? I should equip the... Oh, hey girl.
Clive.
Only one?
It would. Actually, there are 3.
Yeah.
We had as many owls arrive while you were at the ship Martha's got a Cashapp at her gates and talking more.
And don't forget.
Oh, not another Martha problem. This poor woman. Oh, there's lots of... Oh, okay, so this is side quest territory everywhere, okay. Downtime between main quests. Hi! Well, oh! We're having an issue. Guys, okay, it's really okay. I need to get water. Because for whatever reason, my throat is really hurting today, and it's probably because I really need to go on vocal rest, but like, I'm not. So, yeah. What? Oh. I was like, what are you talking about? I got it. All right. We got some water. Oh, but we have to do these side quests. Ugh. I know they're main quests. Don't even correct me. I understand they are, but they just feel like side quests because they're boo-boo. This bodysuit is really rocking my world. Ow.
First we find Isabel.
Heard a bloke saying he saw ghosts on the fast.
I saw it with my own eyes.
And we're next.
Four left for Morley, Captain.
I can't do it.
My lord. Milady.
We received the dame's message. There have been sightings of strange creatures, I understand.
With the blue eyes. Yes. Like a Kashyyyk, but different. They've taken so many. I've lost count.
A Kashyyyk, but different.
Ultima's thralls. And what of your mistress? Is she here?
Oh, no. She went to the garrison to ask what they were planning on doing about all this.
Then we'll look for her there.
We could leave. The two soldiers were carrying another.
Madame, please! Half the garrison's been slaughtered by those things. We lost the captain this very morning.
We've tried requesting reinforcements, but there's been no word from the capital or the Dominion in days. What more would you have us do?
I would have you do your duty. Those at the Vale look to me for protection. And protect them I shall. Because they are my charges, and that is my duty. In case you have forgotten, the people of this town are your charges. But more than that, they are your people. Your sisters, your brothers, your lovers. So you have a choice. Lay down your sword and watch as they are slaughtered. Or take it up and do what is right.
She speaks the truth, you know. This here, it's all we have. It's all that's left.
What we have left is our lives. Do you really want us to lose them as well?
Not if we don't have to. Look, there's a cask under the captain's bunk. Let's talk about...
No, she's everything. Cosplay.
I'm listening.
I'll have a word with him.
Ah, Clive. I didn't expect help to arrive so quickly. And sought to take matters into my own hands.
It was a noble effort, but I thought you might still need some support.
How like you to consider my needs. What we need to consider is where the creatures came from. The way the survivors speak of them, one would think they appeared out of thin air.
The way she looked him up and down. And then Jill went, "Excuse me."
To believe these days.
She's so Pisces coded.
We'll talk to the survivors.
All right, already bored.
It's all right. At least we have an idea of where the thralls might be now. We should head for more.
assume you have a plan?
It was all they could do to escape. They just left the bodies.
I have Minecraft Cheez-Its. Please take notice. Free 350 mine coins inside. Wow. That's crazy.
Clive, look.
I see them. With me. To me, Blade!
That was really close, like I almost died.
think there are more?
There are always more. But I'd say we've done what we can for the time being.
Then we should let Isabel know.
You have the town's thanks.
Don't thank us yet. There will be more. Many more. And you'll need to be ready for them.
Oh, we shall. Isn't that right, Captain?
Yes, milady. The garrison will be ready.
Philippe here has convinced most of the men to remain at their posts. For now, at least.
Hearing that the Dane would look kindly on any man who committed himself to the task certainly didn't hurt. It's not the most selfless of motives, I'll admit. But whatever it takes, eh? Now me, I never needed convincing. I became a soldier to protect the people I love. And the people I love include the one standing before me.
Handsome and chivalrous.
Okay, flirting.
Now, if you don't mind, I have sentries to post. Milady.
Lest you wonder, I'm not foolish enough to believe that this has solved all of my problems. But it has solved one, and that's one fewer than I had this morning. Thank you again, Clive.
Okay.
Fucking thieving bastard. My shop. Why would anyone do this?
If I had my pickaxe, I would...
Well, I need to go buy items, so this sucks. I hate when they make us do these stupid quests. The story was at its peak. Let me continue it. That is my only, I guess, flaw in this.
Still alive, are ya? Go on then. You'll not find a better price than that. You're rubbing me blind, you know. You'll not find a better price than that. Come again. Or don't. I'm not...
Fucking leave it. My shop.
If I had my pickaxe, I would.
Oh, my finest.
Is this really not the end of the game? Like, Ultimata is taking over the world. Are we really, like... There's more?
Mummy, I'm scared.
Oh, I'm ruined.
I don't know what that means. Ship section?
What's he doing here?
Haven't we had enough fighting?
Yeah? I didn't just get here.
Picture it, Conrad.
I'm like...
I mean,
I just beat Bahamut. So, like, that's where we're at.
I'm not convinced our roles in this ruse were entirely necessary.
I don't know. Conrad seemed quite taken with you.
good news.
Literally no one cares about these. Like, actually, like, literally no one cares.
The women folk have come to welcome us.
What did you just say?
It's all yours.
Over here! They mean to overwhelm us.
Hi, Talos. Of course. Roasting weenies. Why did that guy just jump at me? What was that? Oh, 100%. I feel like actually you would really like it. Like, not even like unironically, but like, it has like a lot of like the giant like monstrous fights, and then there's like lots of like actiony medieval, like some like the gritty shit that you like, that's like good and like fun. I feel like you would really like it, honestly, if you could get it. I don't know. So I've looked it up. I did if you did some side quests to boost your level up a bit, there's like 15 hours left. Oh, T. Yeah, I'm literally playing this like non-stop, like everyday stream, because when I move back to Redacted, I'm not gonna have a PS5, but right now I have access to a PS5. I don't want to do side quests to level up. I know! I need it now. Everybody's spoiling it on the TL. I'm like, can you guys just shut the fuck up for 2 seconds and let the game come out? I'm like, stop. Excuse me. Oh, this is the boss guy, that's why. Can I do something in this fort? I know, I have to like mute the word on Twitter. Oh, I'm about to die. I'm excited though. I'm supposed to hopefully get a cosplay of together. Yeah, I'm working. Okay, just let me beat the shit out of this guy really quick so I can hear my thoughts. I could easily just turn down the volume, but I'm like, I don't wanna. Can you please just die? You're a side quest! Well, you're dead, so. Yeah, I'm working on something right now. I did work with them for the beta access, whatever, blah, 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 blah. And they were really, like, positive, receptive, and, like, communicating, like, oh, yeah, we really want to do something with you for the launch, but it's still 2 weeks out, and they usually send stuff out, like, the week of or the week before, so I sent them an email today. I was like, hey, what's up? How you guys doing? But that's it. But I told them I have a cosplay coming, so if they want to do something, I already have it on the way. So I have Katana and Melina coming. I wish I had Sindel, but she just got released.
Could they have held out?
I don't hear any fighting. What do you think?
I'm excited to see the costumes they have in the game. Like, I want to see, like, what... Because we've seen some alternate outfits already, and they look cunty. So I'm, like, excited for, like, all of the other stuff they have in, like, the crypt and the adventure mode and all the stuff we've seen. Who's the 24th spot? Like, it's a mystery to me. They still have to reveal, allegedly, 2 other characters. I really wanted to see sexy outfits on Reptile because I think he's hot. Speedo skin. Thank God. Okay, we go to the next area. I know. I think it could have been serviceable if they swapped. If they made the 2 of them base game, Takeda and Ermac, and then they X'd the three. I think they could. I think, ironically enough, I think Peacekeeper is an okay pick, but the other two, enough. Cause like it's John Cena. Like obviously they want John Cena in a video game, but the other two, like, girl, be serious. Who cares?
Martha.
I know Ermac does look weird. I'm like, why? Like, why do you look like that?
Do you think there are as many as Martha says?
I know he needs to be in like a little, not John Cena, but also he's so hot in it, Reptile, and like he's my crush. Also, Kung Lao is cute. Raiden is really cute, and y'all know I hate Raiden. Like in the timeline from 9 to 11, but he's really cute in the new game. Yeah, I hope they continue it. Like, I liked when they did horror icons. That was really fun. I'm still, they should add Elvira. I literally think that would be so fucking cool. It'd be camp. She looks so good in the new game. She's gonna be my permanent cameo fighter. Like, she looks incredible. I want to cosplay her. I paint the town red. Hey, bestie. Oh, oh, oh. Okay, we're doing fun side quests that are named main quests for no reason. And I'm fighting birds? Like, can you get out of the sky, please? Oh. Could you imagine? Could you imagine they put Starfire in? That would be me rights. Like, that would be me, like, they did it for me. When I talk to the devs, hey guys.
These men don't have the look of
Harley needs to be in, like 100%, like as her own character, not a skin. She needs to be in it.
If you've come to rob this place.
Why does everything I drink tonight taste like shit? Like, I can't. Like, I'm having a terrible time with the food I'm having on the stream. Nothing tastes good. Nothing is good.
Then stop moaning and help.
Defend the lift. Oh my god, you got us doing everything, girl. So what you missed? Yeah. Did you see what you missed in the first one?
Mad dogs.
Okay, that would be cunty though. I got the Becky and Bianca skins in Fortnite. You know I did. What in God's name is that? Is that a giant tortoise? It's literally a giant turtle. You better not be the cunty AF turtle when I get there. Me AF. Why is he gagging me? I can't watch it. I tell Marshall I can't watch it. I'm like, you can text me what's going on, but that's it. It's just not, it's not fun anymore. We had a whole spiel about it yesterday. Like, I miss the days when I was excited to watch and not like, I'm gonna have a heart attack because I'm angry watching wrestling. Like, come on. Come on! It's so dumb. Coming from me, I was a Rhea Ripley stan, and now I'm like, oh. Oh, that's not.
Well done.
She was at AEW. Did you see the clip of Dom saying, yeah, I am the AEW, not the AEW, I am the NXT. Someone was like, thank you for being the American champion. And he goes, North America. And they went, yes, America talks about North America. And they were like, he was like, yeah, not South America. And they were like, no. Like, so stupid. He like was trying not to laugh. It was so funny. Good for him. He's entertaining. Honestly, no. I watch reviews of it. Like, I watch IMHO do reviews of it. Valentina looks good. I watched the other day, I went through, like, all the finales that happened recently. I watched, Drag Race France's finale, and the finale lip sync was really good. It was the bulletproof, finding to you, far away, far away. Really good club song. Drag Race Philippines is a good, like, I'm not even being dramatic. Like, Drag Race Philippines season 2 is probably one of the best seasons in a while. It's like so good. Like the drama, the contestants, like it's just wow. And Untucked is untucked. It's untucked. It's good. I have to fight more? This is so stupid. Yeah, she's iconic. I love her. She's pretty. I like didn't stan, and like I still don't, but like she has, it seems like from week, I haven't watched the newest episode where the lip sync came from, so I don't know what's going on in that episode. I'm talking about from week 1 to 4. I was like, oh, she's kind of busted boots. Like, it was like not it was just not polished. I was like, ooh, I'm so sorry, sister, because like there's 3 trans girls that season. And I was like, I'm gonna root for the trans girls, and then the trans girls started fighting, and I was like, oh, well, I'm definitely taking Miss Jade So's side. But yeah, I don't know. I like that she gave us good TV. But I don't know, and the confessional look was a little weird to me. I was like, I don't like these like cat ears, jean jacket, like messy eyebrow, pomade. Oh my god, I'm being so mean, but like, I don't know, I just like did not like her. I'm not a fan. Yeah. But like her drag is like really good. Like that runway, the food runway, I think she looked gorgeous there. I like when she does like the doll like eyes. I don't like when she does the other makeup she does. I like when she does the really smoky, exaggerated eye. She gives me a girl that would do a blue lip and think it's fierce. She just, that energy, it just gives me that.
They're headed for the rest.
We have to slow them down. Martha and the others won't be ready.
That was fun. Also her and Untucked. Excuse me, excuse me. Giving Vicky Guerrero tease. Of course there's more. Of course.
Something's coming.
This is really stupid.
Did I miss anything? Only the first round, so wait. Shall we? Get him!
I'm gonna die. Like, what is I can't. I'm getting tilted. Okay, that's it. Like, stop. Like, no more. Don't give me another wave of enemies. Like, actually. Wrap the quest up and let's get to pumping.
My lord, there's...
Shut up.
Our friends seem to have things under control.
Perfect. We leave. Hated that a lot. I guess, like, ideally, you would level up and do side quests. LOL. Isn't that a crazy thought? But the reason, I guess, is that so you can level up your like abilities. But like, I don't know, like the game scales with you like it does in Final Fantasy 15. So it's like,
Did you see the pair that got...
oh, we can get an ult. Level 4. What level? How do you figure out what level you are? I'm 34. I mean, we still have a section to go before the end game, so.
Pulled into tires.
What ones do I have? Rising Flames and Flames of Rebirth. Can I not get lost in the menus?
Aye, it's a dangerous world out.
I don't need a monologue, please.
It'd better all be here. You'll not find a better price than that.
Come again.
Or don't. I'm not much bothered either way.
Did you see that? Tell me you saw that.
Was...
So it was not Sylvester, but Olivier who served as Ultima's puppet. And when Dion learned of this, he sought to slay the fiend. Only for his father to take the spear that would have freed him. Enough to drive a man to madness.
Small wonder he hasn't stirred. I would be afraid to wake.
Had I but reached out to him sooner, warned him of the threat Ultima posed. But now, both an empire and her prince lie broken.
Joshua, what do you know of Ultima?
Very little, I'm afraid. Despite my best efforts. 18 years ago, as I lay buried beneath the rubble of Phoenix Gate, 'twas not death who came for me, but another. And it was while in my rescuer's care, I first heard of Ultima. I've been chasing his shadow ever since. Ultima is driven by some deep, dark purpose, and for whatever reason, it would seem you are crucial to his designs. He will stop at nothing to have you, even if that means toppling an empire.
But why me? What possible use could I be to such a creature?
That is one of many answers that have eluded me. Yet, I am certain of this. It is not mere chance. You were chosen for a reason. All dominants carry within them the might of an icon. Nigh limitless power that is at once acutely limited. I wield fire, and only fire.
And I only ice. 8 wardens for 8 elements. But you, Clive.
You are different. You're special. Your abilities begin with the flames of Ifrit. But they do not end there. The fact Ifrit can even exist goes against everything we thought we knew of dominance. Perhaps Ultima has been waiting for one such as you, whose potential is truly limitless.
I've encountered that thing several times now. If it or he, as you say, needs me, why hasn't he claimed me as he did the boy?
Were I to hazard a guess, I'd say the two of you are somehow incompatible. His mind not properly attuned to your body.
His mind?
Mind, awareness, spirit, call it what you wish. But I believe Ultima to be an embodiment of the concept. This is why I struggle and fail to contain him here inside me.
I'm sorry. Inside you?
With every setting sun, I feel my strength wane. And though the Phoenix's flames mend the prison I have made for Ultima, they do so at a cost. We must find a means to bring an end to him before I meet my own.
What were you thinking?
It was that or let him take Clive. And I've always had a soft spot for my brother.
But that doesn't mean you should sacrifice yourself to save me.
Oh! Holy my god.
There's an army of Akashic at the gates of Canver.
Well, what's the short of it?
It's all Tyre told you. The capital of the Free Cities is under siege by an army of monstrosities. The city guard are doing their best to stem the tide, but numbers ain't on their side.
What of Lord Byron and Mid? Were they able to escape?
No, but they're all right for now. They're hiding with Gav at midship.
We have to get them out of there.
And we shall. Otto, prepare a Stolas. Tell Gav to stay exactly where he is.
Understood.
Vivian, what's the swiftest route to the Free Cities?
That sounds like a question for the map. Look here. This road, through Tabor, should provide the least trouble.
Good.
Hi, Dad.
What a coincidence. Tabor is exactly where I'm bound.
Joshua, bed is where you should be bound.
You don't think I told him the exact same thing?
Were Tyre not such a talented healer, I would surely have been inclined to agree. But, thanks to her ministrations, I feel I may safely rejoin my attendant, who was to wait for me in Tabor if we became separated.
All right, we travel together.
Clive.
Oh, he was so happy.
He'll be fine.
Thank you, brother.
I'll look after him.
Just two bros. Me and my homies. They're so cute. I love them. Yeah, what happened to his little girlfriend, bestie? Like, not his girlfriend, but like his little girly pop friend. They got separated, so. Tea for another day. Oh, he has a soft spot for him.
It's like a dream. The four of us out walking like we used to.
Enjoying this, are you? Gavin, the others could be in danger as we speak.
You're right. I'm sorry. Yote is a fine scout.
That was
If Cameron
rude.
is attacked, she will already have begun gathering information.
Tabor isn't far. We should pick up the pace.
It was so stern. Like, relax a little bit. I understand, like, the world is ending, but, like, your first, like, out moments with your brother, you're gonna yell at him.
Ruins to cross the ravine.
Not too much.
The echoes have a will of their own.
Tell us about Yote, Joshua.
She's strong-willed, loyal, and deadly with a blade. Much like Clive, but with better manners.
They're acting like they just hung out. Like, you guys have been separated for like a decade.
Another ether flood. They're everywhere now.
We can't go around it.
Then we'll just have to be careful.
We can't go around it, goes around it. Well?
We're nearly there.
Have you been to Tabor before?
There are a few places I haven't.
Where now, Joshua?
There is a residence just inside the city gates. She awaits us within.
Hey everyone.
My Lord Marquis, it is an honor. I am Yote, Knight of the Undying, charged with the protection of His Grace Joshua Rosfield, Keeper of the Flame of the Phoenix.
this now.
Would you care to elaborate?
The Undying are loyal servants to the ducal throne. Or more specifically, to its heir. They have served our family for generations, albeit from the shadows.
Since their inception, they have been tasked with the preservation and enactment of the rites of ancestral communion. After the events at Phoenix Gate, it was the Undying who delivered me to safety. And since the day I left Rosaria, Yote has been my constant companion and protector. Without her sword, I would not have survived my journey across the realm.
Queen.
Rise, Lady Yote.
She is the queen card.
You saved my brother. I owe you a debt I can never repay.
I but did my duty.
Come now. Tell us what you've discovered.
Your Grace. It is as you feared. The vessel we spied off the coast of the Crystalline Dominion on the night of her fall. It was the Einherjar. Beyond any doubt.
Pretends to understand.
Galleon.
Joshua. The Einherjar is the Royalists' flagship. What business would they have in the Dominion?
Upon learning of Waloed's involvement in recent events at Drake's Fang, I sensed the malign influence of Ultima, and bid Yote and the Undying look into the matter.
We have reason to believe that the Black Galleon weighed anchor shortly after the fighting began, and set a course due south.
For Canva. Then it is Waloed Knights who besiege the cities.
What is left of them, yes. And the Black Galleon sails at but one man's behest. Barnabas Tharm.
But are we truly safe here in the Agora?
The city guard have been paid, if that's what you're implying.
All the more reason for them to run.
Well, you are free to leave, Lord Minister.
Markets abandoned, warehouses aflame, blackened hulls choking every port in the capital. Canva is ruined.
The realm teeters on the brink of chaos, and all you can think about is commerce!
Forgive us. We were not aware Dhalmekia now subsisted on charity.
How dare you?
What was that? Oh.
Distinguished members of the council. You must forgive His Majesty this intrusion.
What is the meaning of this?
A trifle crowded, but I fear it will have to serve, my liege.
Very well.
My colleagues, do you not see? The king, he has come to save us from the Akashic. He is a gift from the heavens, divine intervention, our very salvation.
And of course, if it is compensation he requires, we would be most willing to negotiate a fair price for services rendered.
Fools. Your ignorance unbecomes you.
Your Majesty, correct me if I'm wrong, but I would swear that the fiends washing the cobbles of Canva with the blood of her citizens wear the colors of Waloed. Ha! So you do not deny it. Guards!
Well, no.
Better them, and see our guests to the dungeons!
Enough.
Well?
Creatures.
that you should imagine yourselves worthy of salvation. The girl is still here, somewhere in the city, her consciousness fair dripping with her late father's hubris.
That is a Clive,
to which Mythos is
stupid.
inextricably bound and inexorably drawn. See that he is
Clive dupe?
Yes, Your Majesty.
Come, Mythos. Surely the prince's
He's
light
the
have sated you.
he's the one fucking the alien. I don't know about fucking. I think he just like, you know, I think he's just religious.
So then, how long has Waloed been under Ultima's control?
How long indeed? Based on what we know of Barnabas's actions, I would guess some few years, mayhap more.
Mayhap?
To what end? What does Ultima want?
The tapestry. Show them.
I show you guys my tapestry I put above my bed. Bedroom hall.
By the flames.
Oh.
Phoenix Gate, Drake's Breath, and now here. But what is it?
It is old, ancient, even. Naught remains of the faith it represents, save what can be gleaned from the image itself. None could tell me what the one in the apothecary meant, even the Undying. But I believe it may be the key to discerning Ultima's purpose. That figure in the center, the one beneath whom the icons congregate, that I believe to be Ultima.
Just a little.
God,
oh.
or at least godlike.
I realize how
Very
bad the
existence
haircut is.
beyond
I
our
can't.
care. The icons, and by extension their dominance, are meant to be his subjects. And while some, like Barnabas, have accepted this role, others have rejected it. Like you, Clive, which is rather inconvenient, as it appears he needs you most of all. And gods don't like to be disobeyed.
No, I don't suppose they do.
Clive, may I tell Yote of the lake?
By all means.
Yote, I will be accompanying my brother to the Free Cities. Whilst we are afield, I would have you watch over those Clive has made his wards. Omielos delan tuisag ilith. Though well concealed, the hideaway lacks trained fighters to defend its occupants should they be discovered.
But it is my duty to...
As it has ever been.
I'd say the other guy, Barnabas, gives more Henry Cavill, if I'm honest. But I see it.
If that is your wish, Your Grace. But please be safe. If aught were to befall you,
You have my word.
Them kissing, or I don't even see them as like a relationship. I see it as like a really
farewell,
close.
my lord, my lady.
We are in your debt, Yote.
She's so worried about him. It makes my heart hurt.
Let's find our friends.
Yeah, I don't see them as a... If they are a relationship, I don't know. No, they haven't. They've gotten really close to it, but... not on cam. They're not a cam girl.
Plain she cares for you very deeply.
And I heard.
No, why would you say that? Joshua is not straight. Or bi, or anything. He likes men. I'm guessing. There's no way he doesn't.
Cyril. How fares the search?
Well, Your Grace, my report shall be with you ere long.
Ah, yes. Yote
Yeah, I
is
see
otherwise
that.
engaged at my behest.
And the duty of wardenship?
Fulfilled. For as
Let's
you
look it
see,
up.
I've been reunited with my first shield.
I am Cyril, Knight of the Undying and bearer of the Burning Quill, charged with chronicling the mortal deeds of His Grace, Joshua Rosfield, keeper of the Flame of the Phoenix and rightful Archduke of Rosaria.
I entrusted Cyril here.
Everybody posting it on Reddit. Joshua has very strong gay
Findings
vibes.
from his brothers and sisters afield are delivered here to be collated and catalogued.
Well?
Just how many Undying are there?
Not nearly enough, milady. Yet we are glad to give our all in service to the Phoenix. Such is, and has ever been, our creed.
I see.
You have your associates, I have mine. But you may now think of them as ours. That won't be a problem, will it?
The Phoenix is our sun, and we but the shadows that quicken in his radiance. It is from the darkness that we serve, both him and now you. Pray accept this token.
Well, I'm not going to use it, so.
Members of our order will reveal themselves unto you, if there is nothing further.
No. You are dismissed.
Your Grace.
It's a Canva then.
We'll talk about this later.
He's so jealous.
Very, You certainly keep strange bedfellows, Joshua.
Gonna ignore that comment.
The free
We're gonna edit that out. Yeah, they did. It was like an emotional moment. I almost cried. I'm gonna be honest.
Orcs. Then let us be rid of them.
Being an older sibling, I don't know, it just hit. I was like, ooh. Like if anyone, like if I lost my sister, or like anything happened to my sister, I'm like tearing up thinking about it. Like, I get it. I see it. Thank you. I always forget that like I can post older TikTok content. So I'm like, girl, let's start doing it. I just like, it's so hard to find like certain clips that I think of. I'm like, oh my god, like I'm looking for a certain clip. Like I want to do a supercut of every time in this I talk about Benedicta's yellow nail, but I'm not gonna be able to find that footage. Like it's gonna be like needle in a haystack. Like fuck.
The free men are still holding their own then.
Do we have any idea where Gav and the others might be?
No.
There's a warehouse near the docks where we agreed to meet if there was any trouble. We should hurry.
Benedicta, Benedicta. So yeah, the alien and Barnabas are fucking. If that wasn't clear, I think it is very clear now. He said he serves the thing. Ultimata.
Sounds like thunder.
So if Ultimata wants to get his rocks off, he says, Barnabas, hey girl.
You're late. We're starting to think you'd stumbled off a cliff.
I seem to recall that was you, Gav.
Oh!
Good to see you. Any trouble on the road?
Nothing we couldn't handle.
I knew you'd come. Is that who I think it is?
Yes.
Allow me to introduce my brother.
Stop, the uncle's reaction is gonna make me sob.
Clive's told me all about you. Or even listening most of the time. Name's Midadol, but everyone calls me Mid.
My lady.
Hey?
My boy.
Uncle Byron.
This poor uncle. My god, he thought all of his family died. Ugh, it gets me every time. I can't. This poor uncle. He doesn't deserve this. He's a nice uncle.
So these Akashic are being controlled.
That's what it looked like. Empty eyes, eerie blue glow. No doubt they were turned, but silent as monks, every last one of them.
Your man here speaks true, Clive. We saw more than a few in the city. They moved in ranks with a purpose, and not of their own.
Ultima's doing.
Perhaps.
What of the city? The people?
Dead, mostly.
Mostly, but not all. A handful managed to lock themselves in their villas before the Horde arrived. Some in the Merchants' District to the west, and a few others on the far bank.
If the Akashic stumble across either hiding place, a few bolted doors won't hold them for long. We need to find them. And quickly.
What do you propose?
We split into two parties. I will make for the Merchants' District, while you look to those across the river.
Said you would look over him.
Mind keeping an eye on my brother?
Not at all. We find the villa and try the servants' entrance.
Understood.
And what of us?
Mid, is she fit to sail?
The ship, the Mithril engine could probably do with a few more tweaks.
Then you better work fast. Even if we do reach the survivors in time, they'll never make it to the hideaway on foot.
You leave that to me.
See that Mid doesn't get herself into trouble, would you?
Think I can manage that?
I'll keep him safe.
Looks like you stuck with me, Byron.
That's Lord Rossfield, you little gutter snipe!
Shall we then?
And you keep Clive safe.
Be careful. Both of you.
You too.
Another side questy type thing. I'm so excited!
All right, Torgal. Let's find those survivors. They don't stand a chance against those things. They've been routed.
Wasting all my potions for these silly little fights. Can this thing stop spawning? This is like...
What happened to the Royal Army? There's nothing but monsters here. Oh, thanks. Well.
Took the smile right off my face.
Leaders gather. There may still be survivors inside.
Oh. Wait until he finds out what happened inside. If there's a dragon, I swear to God.
These creatures. Does Ultima's reach extend this far? What the hell is going on here?
Bye, Marshall. Ow, my ear is popping.
You've caused quite the commotion. But then I would expect no less from you.
Oh.
Euthos.
Hi, why are you here?
You again. I don't believe we've been introduced. You were in my family's crypt, and now you're here, with an army of Akashic thralls.
Manners, Lord Rosfield. They are men, like you and me. Albeit ones unburdened by the wills that drive our kind to madness. They are pure. They are divine.
What?
And they are all that remains in this once raucous city.
You'll pay for what you've done.
As you wish. I confess I have been very much looking forward to this. pardon me this indulgence, Your Majesty? The vessel shall not be spoiled. I am Sleipnir of House Harvard, and you will yield. Or not. As long as we don't hold back. Get him! Forgive me if my performance seems uninspired. It is just that I expected so much more from our chosen one. Perhaps this will kindle your flame?
What now?
A gift from my liege lord's armory. Gungnir. Watch closely, Newthos.
This accent is killing me. Oh, I didn't know there was two.
Actually, I wouldn't.
What the fuck?
Let's try.
I
Silence!
I didn't realize you get so much pointage from dodging with that. That's a really good tool. He just dodged it. Fuck. What does that mean?
One is seldom enough.
Oh god, here we go.
Actually, I wouldn't.
Huge. What the fucking... If this is what this is, I cannot imagine what the final boss is, dude. Like, seriously, like, actually. This is the final boss's side piece. This is the final boss's side piece, And I don't even think this is his final form. Well, he's not slain. That's not true. But at least we did his first phase. Because I know that's not. Like, he killed everybody in a room. With...
The vessel is strong.
He's not dead. You're a joke.
My liege.
There's no way. He's not dead.
Clive!
You're all right.
As are you, I see.
We are, yes.
I'm sorry, but we couldn't save them.
It was over before we arrived.
Well, you did what you could. I fear we were all too late. What's wrong?
Nothing. I hope.
Well?
Leaving so soon, Mythos?
Okay, let's everybody calm down.
It's the king. Indeed. You may kneel before Barnabas Tharm, Warden of Ash.
Blonde Barbie, thank you so much for subscribing. Mwah. Enjoy your sub and ad-free viewing.
Get back.
Yeah, we need to back it up because he just slashed an entire building without even lifting a finger. Oh. Yeah, he gives me more Henry Cavill, if I'm honest. He's more like, not to be rude, but like rugged. I see Henry Cavill as like rugged. But like in a sexy way. But like I don't see Henry Cavill as sexy, but I know why people see him as sexy. Ooh, Clive, you're about to get so gagged. He's doing it with one hand. I can't. E-Top's an alien. Like, you're no match, Clive.
Wild and impetuous. I expected more of the boy who bested my Lord Commander. Yet I see why my master covets you so. The power within you, Mythos. The potential.
Ooh.
Stop calling me Mythos. But Mythos is everything. The cornerstone of all creation. The Lord's vessel. Your purpose.
The way I'd be like, okay, then stab me. Like, you can't kill me.
To surrender my mind and body to that thing. No, Your Majesty. My purpose is my own. I made a promise to my friends, to my people. And nothing is going to stand in my way.
You would allow this delusion of free will to bar your path to greatness? Truly, your volition is a cancer. One that must be excised. Try it.
Sorry, it's not funny.
Joshua!
Oh, sister, you better move.
Oi! Oi! This way! Hurry!
What is she doing?
Power beyond reckoning, and they use it as a crutch. Such a waste.
Hello?
Will you be alright?
The phoenix can mend flesh, but the spirit must recover on its own. I'm afraid the rest is up to him. This place is remarkable. Outfitting it must have been no small feat. But why go to such trouble?
That beauty's belly's filled with wonders the world ain't ready for. If the guilds caught wind of what we're up to, they'd all want a piece. All right?
And how is he? Do not blame yourself. He was barely breathing when you brought him here. We would have lost him if it were not for you.
No. Barnabas may have severed nigh every sinew in my brother's body. But he made certain the wounds were not fatal.
Nigh every sinew?
Allow me, your lordship. Don't know what I was thinking, putting you to the trouble like that.
'Tis no trouble carrying comestibles to my ailing nephew.
I know, but you've already done so much for us. Pouring your gil into the hideaway and now the ship. I don't want to take the piss.
You risked your life. And for what? Some girl you hardly know. Why'd you do it? You got mad or something?
What's she talking about?
I wouldn't go that far.
Clive!
You're awake, my boy. Oh.
All I want to do is help.
Oh my gosh.
Save itself.
Blonde Barbie Bubbles, thank you for gifting 10 tier 1 subs. Oh, thank you. I haven't had that happen in so long, so I appreciate you.
You told me that.
Sounds like him.
I said.
Don't you dare do that again.
What of the royalists?
Fucked off, the lot of them, along with the galleon.
Thank you so much for your generosity. I
With
really,
the king
really
on
appreciate
board,
it.
no doubt. Behind here, I wouldn't sail without him.
Hmm.
Clive. Jill didn't come back.
What do you mean?
She kept the king busy while the others dragged you out.
Thank you so much for being here. I don't know how much longer we'll be live. I'm trying to get to a point that I can beat this next stream. Oh!
The ether of her icon endures. And as long as it does...
Can you enjoy your sub and ad for
she is
viewing?
alive.
Hi, Jack.
We must pursue the Black Galleon. Jill will be with the king, I'm sure of it.
Well, good luck catching him, because my ship's going nowhere. It's the Mithril engine. She's got a kick like a wild chocobo and a mind to tear the hull in half.
I'm trying to, yeah, so I'm trying to figure out, like, how much, hold on.
Well, of course I do. My Dad'll have seen this coming a league
Okay.
off.
I'm trying to figure out how
If I had
much
his old writings.
story is left, because I want to like do a cosplay for the next stream, but I want it to be like the grand finale.
Load of rubble. The ones Otto didn't save anyway. I suppose he might still have a few pages in his stores.
We'll have to hope it's enough. Do what you can to ready the ship. I'll speak with Otto.
In your condition, you really are mad.
Perhaps. But the world really won't save itself.
Him in this V-neck though. Ooh. Hey, sir. What is 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32? I have like 8 hours left, approximately.
Right. Gav said that Otto might know something.
Cole said it was an army of Akasha.
How are we supposed to do our duty when they...
Clive, where the hell is everyone else? They're all right.
Find the missing piece. I am very excited. I have 2 cosplays coming. So I'm hoping they come in time. Because I got a shipping notice that the wig got shipped, but not the costume. So hopefully it gets shipped out in the next couple days so it's here in time for the release. I have a Katana and Melina incoming. I have Sindel, but not Sindel like the game. Like just a Sindel look.
Sid, heard you were in Canva.
I have hair like Sindel, and I think that's all I need. I guess I could get like that stupid Wonder Woman crown she has, but I hate that crown. It makes me like, girl, like, get real.
Do you think this ship will ever sail?
That's it then.
I guess not. I know just as much as you. Like, I don't, it's not, I don't have like intel. I guess she's not in.
Sounds promising.
We have 2 more to be revealed, and they're supposedly not dudes, so. I just don't understand why they just never release all of the, like, family from Adenia in one game. And then Scarlet. I don't understand why they took Scarlet out too. I'm like, well, no, I think there's 3 more, and then there's 1 missing, like, special spot. Because there's still a 2-character reveal trailer. Allegedly. Are they really? They are, aren't they? That's a good observation I didn't think of.
The further the flagship sails.
I never really thought about that. I know. It's stupid. And they even, like, there's, like, a voice file from, like, the demo or something that's like, you will respect Countess Jade. And it's like, why even mention her if she's not in the game? Like, why even infer that? I hate that Ed is, like, in on the joke. It makes me angry. Like, act your age. Like, it really pisses me off. He's like, I'm gonna get you fans. Like, he thinks he's, like, really, like, funny and, like, witty and, like, oh my god, I'm gonna get them. Like, stop. You're not funny. Just teasing all of this BS is annoying. Like, stop. I've had enough. Yeah, they always leave out Jade or Melina, and they never just put them in base game when that's what we want. Why are we leaving people out? Yeah, he said he knows about the Jade fans. Okay, then put her in the game. Like, what are you waiting for?
Am I right, Clive? My dad had it all worked out.
He'd be proud of you, Mid. His writings may have helped, but this achievement is all yours. Can we catch them?
Well, she was put as DLC, but not, she was the last DLC.
And it won't help she has the wind at her back. Any other ship would be hard-pressed to keep pace with her, let alone reel her in. But this isn't any other ship. This is the Enterprise!
I can't with, like...
The world's never seen anything
No
like
shade, like, whatever his name is, Gearus. I'm like, why did we put him in over Jade or, like, Scarlet or Sonya even? Like, what?
Barnabas Thumb.
Only what the bards sing. That he sailed to Ash from southern lands. That it was his mastery of the blade which won him the throne. And that his sword, Odin's sword, can sever the very
Oh, I never played that. We're gonna do it leading up to the Mortal Kombat release. Because G Fuel is supposed to release like a G Fuel collab, so I'm supposed to get that, and then we're gonna do like
The light! I thought this cove was
a
meant to
thing.
be hidden.
Mid! Company!
Hey?
We'll hold them off until the ship is ready. But hurry!
Bollocks! All hands! Man your stations!
You know, like that. Meme with boobies.
Everyone with me?
Call of Duty zombies.
Here they come.
She has to be DLC Pack 2 boots. Or we're fighting.
Mid needs every moment we can give her.
Behind me, Lord Rosfield. I'll take care of these fuckers.
Behind you? I'll have you know, Earthbreaker here once struck fear into the heart of every man in the kingdom.
Oh, I'm struggling.
How are we doing, Mid? I thought you said that ship was fast. Oh? I haven't felt this alive in 20 summers. Come.
Don't let the comfort you can. Without the pain of
Oh my my god. Yeah, it's really bad. Especially this game. This game is the worst I think it's ever been. They better have the most stunning outfits in the game. Oh, I'm gonna die. I thought I was gonna be able to come here and buy potions, so now I have no potions in this mission. So there's that. It's fun.
That was easy enough.
I can't believe Blonde Barbie gave 10 tier 1 subs. That's so awesome. I haven't gotten gifted 10 tier 1 subs in so long.
You heard the captain?
It's so nice.
Clive?
Uh-oh. What?
But I thought he was...
I told you he wasn't dead.
Confounded. Then it is as I feared. Sleipnir is no man, but a creation of Odin.
I knew it. Wait, no I didn't. Oh my god.
Phoenix's fiery fundament. Have you no normal enemies?
Oh, I just gagged.
Up for another round?
No, I
Right, Lord Rosfield?
girl, I have no
All the time
potions.
people called me the Executioner. Those are my earnings. No matter, heads will roll all the same.
Mate, new plan! You leave, we follow!
Follow? Swimming, are you? Oh, bugger me! Weigh anchor! Engines dead slow ahead!
Have care, my friend.
I'm gonna go to the bathroom. I'm just gonna let them kill
Tis
me.
not blood that runs through an enemy's veins. These foes will not fall easily.
But they will fall. Like oaks before a woodman's axe. Good thing I...
Get my potions in.
Have care, my friends. Tis not blood that runs through an enemy's veins. These foes will not fall easily.
But they will fall. Like oaks before a woodman's axe. Good thing I brought one!
How long are we meant to keep this up?
As long as it takes. Unless you have a better idea.
Well, I've already killed at least 5 of the bastards. Fuck it. Let's do the lot.
Good night. You have wings of Bahamut and Garuda. You can use it. He literally has wings. Why is he not using them?
Now, mate!
Alright, engine full ahead! And hold on tight!
I'm scared. We're in the middle of the ocean. Oh, this is Jill. This is Jill.
What do you want?
That's quite a mess you've made. And wholly unnecessary. You are my offering to Mythos. I would not see you damaged.
Not this hostage situation.
Now back to your stations! Every bell spent treading water puts another league between us and the galleon.
I don't suppose Mid has a spare engine? Since you rose from the grave, my fortunes have plummeted. Are you absolutely certain of this quest of yours, Clive? The foes you face are as terrible as they are numerous.
Aye. And they'd have us live and die on their terms, which should answer your question.
Ah. You have that same stubborn look as your father did when he set his mind to something. On the battlefield, I am but a single axe. A deadly one, mind, but a single one nonetheless. Yet what you require is 1,000, and I believe my old friend in Randalar can provide them. Take care, Clive. I have many more tales of your father's exploits to share. And I cannot very well do that if you're dead. Again.
Good luck, Uncle. And may fair winds attend you.
As for you, Joshua, take care.
I shall do my best, Uncle.
Farewell, my nephews. When next you see me, it shall be with an army at my back.
I love them so much. Hi, Rose.
Oh, yeah. Do keep up, my boy.
Well, you can't have him showing us up now, can we?
We would never hear the end of it.
Thank you. I cut it myself and I had to fix it up. She was in a box and she was all fucked up. And I wanted like the bangs like Starfire has. She has like short bangs at the top and then curtain bangs.
Greek of mercy.
What happened?
All this.
Did the old base crumble and get attacked?
What have I done?
My lord.
What did I miss? Like what? Why is he there? I thought he was getting better at the end. See, we can't go back here, so like what happened? Okay.
There's a lot of sea between here and Waloed, but any ship heading north has to round
That's
Xerxes
weird.
or put through the Narrow.
No, but like
Maintain
actually.
our current bearing north-northeast, and we'll catch the Black Galleon before she vanishes again.
What's to prevent her from circling around Ash from the south?
With these winds in those waters, it's taken forever and a fortnight to reach Stonehere.
Fortnite?
Mid knows what she's talking about, Clive. Better than any of us lot, anyway. I say we do as she
Anyway.
tells. Sails on the horizon.
She's ours.
Uh-huh. Excusez-moi.
Look alive, boys! Full ahead! And keep those furnaces fed! Aye,
Do you feel that?
I'm a pirate. Scurvy.
Battle stations!
We got scurvy.
Let's see what this girl can do.
She's cute, yeah. She's growing on me. Oh. Wait, doesn't he possess Poseidon? No, Odin.
One leads, so does the other follow.
I was like, wait a second, not us in water and he's
A bond of
Poseidon, but it's Odin.
consciousness which joins them, condemning both to the same fate. Yet my every attempt to strike it from their hearts serves only to tighten its hold.
Its hole?
Fascinating. But then, there is naught my blade cannot sever.
Now? Oh my god.
Great Grigor's gas!
Bob and weave. Oh my god.
Barnabas.
Hard a port! Heads down, you brutes! And brace for impact!
I'm nervous. This is Sea of Thieves. Ooh.
It's now or never. I'll find her.
Oh god. Someone do something! Why are we on this ship and he's on the other ship and they left us?
Where did you hide her, Barnabas?
I I like that we're on a boat. I feel like I'm on a cruise. Hey guys. Hee. Okay. Can we push this guy off into the water? Oh, so you don't want to go on a date on a cruise? Wow. So you're not gonna take me on a cruise? Wow. Not I'm more worried about the game crashing. Why? So true. It's the water physics. They do too much. Stop teleporting. Why are we going up if we think she's being captured on this? Oh! Uh-oh. Oh my god. Bitch, I'm really gagging. He's like, my Chia for my brother. That was not fair. I like the music, not too much. Oh my god. No. Why would you? Okay, no tea, actually full tea. Why would you come into chat and start, like, being negative about the game I'm enjoying. Like, what does that bring to the table? Clock that T. That's like weird. Okay. Oh my god. This is not the time for my controller to bug out. Oh, the dog's fine. He's like magic. We stand. Ooh, level up. Oh, we're level 36. We'll be fine for endgame. If endgame is 40, yeah, we'll be fine. Even if we're a little under-leveled, like, we'll be fine. I also now understand what you mean, the safe haven being on a ship. I didn't think we'd actually be on boats, but now we are. So, yeah. Yeah, the game scales with you too, which I like, so I don't think it'll be too bad. It'll be challenging because it's a boss, but... Why is this making me motion sick? Not me getting boat sickness through the video game. Wait, stop! I'm actually getting I'm getting boat sickness.
You came. Get back.
Well, I'm sure you want to make him do the. Oh, oh.
Clive, how did you?
I'll explain later. Hands.
Oh. Just let me get him horny real quick and moan. Like, that moan was so breathy. Like, she was like, hold on a second. Do you think we can fuck in the cell?
Stand still.
Phoenix, are you not the dominant of fire? I see naught before me but a guttering flame.
She said, you will choose me over your brother if you have to choose. I feel like they're gonna make him choose at the late game. Like, that's gonna be like the final thing. Which is gonna crush my heart, but just, I'm guessing. I don't wanna know, it's a hypothetical. What is this? Oh my god, girl. Run. Bitch, run.
In earnest, then.
I don't know, it's a hard choice, actually. Oh my god, it's Megan Thee Stallion. Boom! I'd be like, so what now? Oh my god! Oh! I didn't see the giant hole in the ocean. Beyonce, ha! So what now? Oh my god, are we gonna see Davy Jones in his locker? Oh my god, it's like literally the ocean floor. I mean, that's not accurate. The ocean's probably a lot deeper, but it's whatever. The way they're fine, and a boat literally just crashed with them inside of it.
Can you go on?
I think so.
This is a lot. This is also probably a boss fight. Just speculating.
But to where?
Well, your boyfriend has wings, so... Oh. You guys remember when I said this might be a boss fight? Well...
You... What did you do to Joshua?
The Phoenix? Oh, I expect he will survive.
Okay, but also it's hard, like, when you choose, like, I want to see Jill and Clive be happy, but, like, part of me being an older sibling, I'm like, I want to pick Joshua, because, like, my heart.
Thus has my master turned to my blade. The world will soon be painted in black, and all that live shall gather in death's autumn wake.
Not if we remove the cause of this misery.
Do I really have to get more water again?
The last of the mother crystals and restore balance to the world.
Also, I got a new G Fuel cup. You can use code Nemesis if you want some G Fuel stuff. This is like one of those cool ones that has the interior that keeps your drink cold.
The blight is inevitable. Not even the Almighty might stop its endless march. Your efforts will avail us naught. Naught, that is.
Yeah, G Fuel ASMR.
Suffering. You must embrace the truth, Mythos. Accept your place with the Lord.
Keep it. As long as there's a chance, there's a choice.
Ever led astray by your blind resolve.
You didn't like that? You don't like when you smack the dough? Who's your daddy? Girl, we're dead.
Now, it is time you learn the inevitability of your divine fate. However much it may hurt.
I have a feeling this fight is gonna be very difficult.
Trust me, Jill.
If Jill, like you... Oh my god. Wait, my spells haven't even regenerated yet. I have one potion for this fight. Okay.
This one.
In the short time since our last meeting, you have grown much. Yet As a vessel, I fear my lord will still find you.
My stuff hasn't even regenerated yet. That's not even fair.
All this fire and joy, and for what? Stopping the fight. A foolish notion fed to you by a foolish man. How dare you? You know naught of this world nor of our place in it. If our fates were so easily rewritten, we would all be gods. Defend yourself.
Oh!
If reason cannot sway you, there are other means of persuasion that might.
Oh, this is so not fair. Oh, I'm dead. Like, this is literally, I'm never...
Come on.
No. Oh my... We're gonna be here a while. We're definitely gonna be here.
I have seen enough. If reason cannot sway you, there are other means of persuasion that might.
Like, what? He does like 500 things in 1 second. Oh my god, dude. I genuinely don't think I can do this fight. Like, I feel like we're gonna be stuck here.
Raise your guard. You've been given. And thus is the light of hope severed.
Oh. Oh, he has to transform. There's no way. We're like getting our ass kicked.
Soon.
Never.
Oh my god, Jill, you literally need to leave. Jill, please. Jill, don't do this to me right now. Jill, stop.
Do you not see? Your iron will weighs you down, dragging you ever further from your purpose.
Where is
What
everyone?
my purpose?
Can everybody get here, please?
Mythos. Who are we? What are the dominants? The breath of the Creator still warm on our lips. We carry his light that we might guide the masses in his name. We are but mighty acts of God.
We are more than that.
You would be nothing without what he has granted you. The power we wield is his, and yet every time we draw upon it, it wears away at our very being. It breaks us. It unmakes us.
When the water just breaks and it's like,
aspect
time to drown,
might
guys.
reveal itself. The icon. It is too much for even.
She is the
his
icon,
chosen
she is the legend, and she is the moment. Oh my
Apart
god.
from you, Mythos. You wield the might of many, yet your body does not answer for its avarice.
What are you saying?
He's essentially like a
What I am
prophecy
saying
in a way.
is that we dominants are a means to an end. We were created for you, that you might drink deep of our strength and thereby fulfill your divine purpose.
Which is?
To feed. As you would know.
Oh, honey, because I feed. Because I eat, and I feed, and I serve, and I slay.
As long as you
That's my
choose
purpose on
to
this earth,
ignore
yes.
You
And I
should
eat
never
that.
penetrate my defenses. Still, you may take solace in the fact that you are not alone in your plight. The chains of volition shackle all of mankind, but there is yet cause to rejoice. For the Lord, in his mercy, has taken pity on his flawed creations, and shall see them restored to their proper forms.
And what exactly would that be?
Why, loyal servants to God.
Wait till he finds out that he's not real. Oh. Oh.
Manners, Lord Rosfield. They are men, like you and me. Albeit ones unburdened by the wills that drive our kind to madness. They are pure. They are divine.
You mean to turn everyone Akashic?
Not turn, Mythos. Turn back.
Girl, nobody started a Cashapp.
For too long has mankind been led astray by their clamorous wills. It is time they return to a world of quiet equality, where they might once more know salvation.
Why are you so wet?
Salvation. And abandon everything we hold dear.
Jill?
We don't need your salvation. We'll save
He's about to be like,
ourselves,
shut up, and
we'll
slit
do it on
her
our own
throat.
terms. Not yours. And not your gods.
With every defiant expression of your will, the tighter the chains of consciousness become. But perhaps that fact may be put to use.
Clive!
Oh, the water.
The faster it binds you to the remaining dominance,
Oh, Torgal.
the stronger your hunger will become. Until it leads you back to the only answer there ever was. Mayhap not by the path my master intended, but back all the same.
Ash is not far. I could freeze a path.
You're in no fit state.
Probably not, but I can try. Don't look back!
Why did it say Clive bested? That was so rude. I said he got gagged.
I hope the others are safe.
The Enterprise was clear of the gap when we fell. They made it, Jill. And they will have seen the ice where it led.
Are they naked? Whoa!
We need only wait till dawn.
Whoa! Torgal, don't look, honey. Torgal, don't look. Oh my god, they're... Whoa!
This is the second time Barnabas has bested me. I'm powerless against him.
Then maybe there really is nothing else for it but to give yourself to his master. Only you won't do that.
Clive I know would never do that.
Bitch, I'm gagging.
But do you really know me?
I'm sad.
If what Barnabas said was true, then I'm more monster than man.
Shut!
And each time I summon the flames from within, I burn away the things that make me who I am.
Do you, though? Think of what you've used that power for. Of all the people you've saved. It doesn't matter how or by whom it was granted, only how you choose to use it. And you've chosen to use it for good.
Oh!
Haven't you?
I've also used it to kill. What if that's my purpose? What if it's all I'm good for?
Oh, I see some cheek. Ooh, honey. Oh.
You're still that same boy I grew up with.
Girl, don't say that when you're naked hugging like that.
Always so eager to save everyone around you, and yet always so alone. Because you failed to realize the one thing that needed saving most of all. You, Clive. You. You never once took the time to...
She really is gagging herself.
Myself.
I'm sorry, guys. Whoa!
No one is beyond saving.
It's all mine. Sorry, guys. It's all mine.
Fight to survive.
Woo! Hey, Clive.
And you survive so that you may protect those you love.
And what, bitches?
It's what you do. What you've always done. And I know you're not about to change. So I'm going to help you. To give you what you need to protect us all.
Please kiss. Please. This is the time. This is it.
Jill. Are you sure? If this is what you want, then...
Don't worry, Clive. It is.
Is this their version of...
This burden, I'll give you the strength to bear it alone.
But I'm not alone. These burdens I carry, my sins, my pain, my sorrow, I see now that they are all a part of me.
Oh, she's... Oh. Oh, they're getting it. Is she reaching in his... Ooh? Oh, she's getting it. Oh, bitch, you better. Can you guys zoom in? The moaning. Oh.
If I'm to continue on, having pledged my life to those I love, then I will gladly bear
Kiss her! Kiss her!
Until my last breath.
Clive.
I promise you, Jill.
Oh my god, if you don't kiss her,
Find a way to escape this fate.
I'm gonna be so bad.
Find a way to save each other.
Clyde, kiss her right now. No, on the lips. Oh my god, you little fucking bitch. Kiss her on the lips right now. Kiss her on the lips right now.
One day look upon the moon again.
Kiss her on the lips now.
And I promise you, Clive, that I will be there, no matter what you must become.
I know. I never thought a smile could bring me so much joy.
We did it! We did it! We did it! They did it! We did it! We did it! We made it! They did it! Oh my god, we did it, Joe. We fucking did it. Oh my god, like almost 30 hours of them, like the cockiest cock block. Oh my god. Jesus Christ. I mean, that was beautiful and all. Like, I love the sentiment of everything they said to each other. Very cute. Probably would have cried if there wasn't the, like, I just needed to see them kiss. I'll rewatch the VOD on YouTube, as you guys can too, and you can subscribe on YouTube for $5 and support your girl. And I'm gonna cry at what they said, but the tension I needed to break with the kiss. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Oh my god. I can breathe. So when girl, if Jill dies now because they did that, I can't. Torgo said, I didn't see anything, y'all. I didn't see nothing last night.
What of Barnabas? Do we pursue him?
Oh my god. Oh my god. That took me out. That was a lot.
Cars will cross again soon
Okay.
enough, whether we like it or not. Besides, there is something.
I don't know what you're talking about. She got pounded and you know it. Excuse me. Clive is a power bottom, and you know Jill's got the strap. She's got the gawk. So don't even try it.
Fine.
Don't even try it.
The last mother.
Girl cock supremacy. I don't know why you're asserting this only men can be tops scenario in my server.
I dare move on Storm without her.
I'm annoyed she gave up her powers though.
We'll need a plan.
Yeah, a little bit. Me too. A little bit.
One of that.
I don't understand. I mean, I understand why, because like to defeat the evil, Clive needs all of the powers
Ash will have to wait.
The dominance, but it does put her at risk now. I'm like scared because I'm like, okay, well now she's not a dominant. She doesn't have powers. She just kissed Clive. So now I'm like, oh god. Here we go. I know. How many hours is that? How many hours have we... And we finally just got the kiss finally. One kiss is... I can't even pause. Like, I have to go here. Well... That was, like, I loved seeing his body from, like, the side. Oh, and every little inch of him was like a statue. Like, oh my god. I love men sometimes, but only when men are, like, submissive and do things to, like, really just, like, embrace. I think I love Clive so much because, like, he's not, like, he's very innocent and, like, he isn't a manipulative man. Like, that's what I love so much about him, and that's what I love so much about Joshua's, because they're not manipulative men. They're not... Yeah, like he's just like a sweetie. He's like a cutie. Like, yeah, he's hot and looks like he could break my back and snap my neck and C-word in my throat. But like, he is like a golden retriever boyfriend. Like, very cute. I think that's why I like this. I usually don't like playing men in video games, but I like when they have a good personality like that. Baldur's Gate? Probably never.
I should visit Joshua.
Considering the game ends abruptly and nothing really gets wrapped up in the appropriate way it should, I will never probably stream that game. And the developers are kind of a piece of shit, so. Hi, GPS. So what are we gonna replace for ice? Yeah, I'm not gonna argue about it, but like, this is Final Fantasy.
Assuming Talia will allow it.
Are you happy to see me? Yeah? Do I know you? It's your first time chat.
Thank goodness Sid made it home safely. Come back.
I think it's getting to the time of the night that we have some yeah, I would welcome you with open arms, but it's not like when you say I'm happy to see you, it's like you're returning. Like, I'm happy to meet you. I'm not happy to, like, you're not coming back. You're just entering the room, Gorge. Not the thing being called Ice Age. All I think about is Scratch. Or what is his name? Oh my god, Diamond Dust. We have to get this. That's an iconic move. What other ones do we have? We have this one. Okay. Oh my god, I'm at 100 I need 100. Wait, what move are we gonna replace? Sure, I would like that one. Okay, so I think we have about 6 hours left. And ironically enough, thank you. Ironically enough, we just got Shiva's powers. I think my next stream of this, I will do a Shiva look. I don't think it'll be tomorrow. I've streamed the last 5 days in a row. So I think I'm gonna take a day off and then we'll do the finale on the next one. Because I think I have enough to do a finale. I think we can get to the finale. I think that is pretty, like, we're at the end. No, I've had fun. It's not like I'm, like, pushing myself. Like, I love streaming for you guys, but I'm just, like, sitting in front of my lights every day. It's hot. Like, I want to sit in my AC room for a day in my bed. And not put a wig on. I've literally been, when I've been streaming lately, I just spit everywhere. When I've been streaming lately, I've been streaming with no wig on and using my natural hair, but I haven't done that all week. I've been like in full high whore drag this last week to do Final Fantasy, because I want to serve looks for you guys, but also like, I just want to have fun doing makeup and shit like that, but I've really been in the highest whore drags, the most I've been in a while. But I don't know when the next stream is. Here's my schedule. I've actually, before I got on stream today, I wrote out my schedule, so what you guys can look forward to in the next couple weeks. Oh, Bad Bunny's dick pics are in my phone. Anyways, his ones he posted the other day. So on September 8th, we have Fae Farm, which is the game I already posted a video of. You can rewatch it. It's a four-person co-op Pixie Hollow like Animal Crossing game. So if you guys buy it, you can join on stream if you guys want to play with me on stream when that comes out. On September 12th and 14th, we have some Borderlands streams to celebrate the anniversaries of Borderlands, and me and Gearbox are going to be doing something together on those days. On the 19th to the 27th, it looks like there's going to be a Nintendo Direct. I'm just guessing from my previous years of streaming the Nintendo Direct, so look forward to that in the next couple weeks. And I do have, I will be moving again. So yeah, I will be posting a release gaydar in the next couple weeks as well. And I will be moving again. So I am currently staying with my friends Onyx and Max that are from Providence Nightlife. If you're here in Rhode Island, you know them. They work in all the Providence nightlife here. My drag family love them so much. But I am going to be moving in with my family again since the fire. Like, I've unfortunately had to move away from them because we don't have accommodations. But we will be moving in with each other again, finally, after 3 months of waiting for insurance to find us a place. So that is happening on the 15th of September. So don't expect a stream for like the day before the day or the day after, because it's going to be crazy. Like, my pussy's going to be worked out. The GoFundMe is available still if you guys want to send some funds and be supportive of the move into our finally a new place after the house fire. Happy to tell you guys we're fine. Everything's good. We're still rebuilding, but at least we found a place now. And then when I move in to that new place, the first stream we're gonna do in that new place is Mortal Kombat 1. So, and I have stuff planned with NetherRealm and WB. Hopefully provide you guys with all the Mortal Kombat content. So that's what my schedule looks like if you guys are looking for the next month, what to watch, where to watch, what to do, what's going on. And I know we have the new Nunu and Willump League of Legends game is coming out in the next couple months, so we'll be doing that, so look out for that. And I might do a Starfield stream because they sent me a PR box. I haven't even installed it, so we'll figure it out. It's not on my radar, but I will probably do something because they were very generous in giving me stuff. So, with that being said, thank you guys for watching. Make sure you're subscribed on YouTube, and if you want to subscribe for an extra $5, I'm really trying to push this YouTube subscription thing, so please help me out, get the numbers up on YouTube, subscribe, $5 a month like you do on Twitch, or you can do one or the other. Help the numbers up, would really appreciate it. What else can I plug? Oh, follow my Instagram. I'm 200 away. I'm 200? I think I'm 1,000 actually. That's quite the jump. I'm very close to 10K on Instagram. So please follow my Instagram and stream my Instagram Reels and my TikToks. But until next time, y'all, I am going to end this. What hour are we at? 7 hours. Damn. Okay, y'all. That is definitely cause for a ending stream button. I'm gonna end stream now, and I'll see you guys in the next one, and hopefully we'll beat the game. I'm gonna check how much longer we have, just so I'm not expecting to end the game and rush it, but I'll see you guys in the next one. Thanks for hanging. I'll see you guys later.